Good morning, Phil.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ki a mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he ake ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, no mai haere mai, and welcome to the Environment and Climate Change Committee. I'm Richard Hills. Welcome to all committee members and the members of the public and local board members and staff and media, and I'm sorry if I've forgotten anyone, but welcome to today's first committee meeting for 2021. Cool. First we'll do apologies. Deputy Mayor Cashmore for absence. He sent his apologies. Councillor Fletcher for early departure. She's just sent me an email. And Councillor, are there any other apologies? Oh, sorry. I'm reading the paper, not the screen. Councillor Dalton for lateness and Councillor Simpson for early departure, potentially on council business as well. Is there any other apologies?
Just leaving at 5.
Cool. We if we are still going at 5, that's yeah. I won't jinx it, but yes. Hopefully we all have left before then. Cool, thank you very much. And there is a request for attendance by Skype, and Councillor Sayers has... Oh yeah, I'll just move the apologies. Yep. Seconder, Councillor Mulholland. All those in favour? Thank you. Good effort from one. We've got the electronic attendance. We have Councillor Sayers, who is beaming in. I'll have a mover for that. Councillor Collins, Councillor Cooper second. All those in favour? Aye. And we'll just check, can we hear you, Councillor Sayers?
Yes, thank you, Richard.
Cool. You can hear, we can hear you, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? It was Cooper, yeah. No declarations of interest. We have confirmation of the minutes. Can I have a mover? Councillor Coombe. Seconder, Councillor Collins. Any problems, issues, questions of the minutes? No? All those in favour? Aye. Perfect. There are no petitions today. For public input, we had 2 requests, but then they were withdrawn and we're probably going to come to the April meeting. That was Scott Wigglesworth on sea level rise mapping and Anna Lily van den Broek. Sorry. Yes, of the importance of wetland conservation in Auckland. She's going to come to the April meeting as well. And then the one public input request who is here, we've got Sean Lee. He will be speaking on trawling and the response to the Mōtiti decision. He has a presentation and he'll come to the table. So thank you very much for coming, Sean, and thank you for all your information that committee members have received. You'll just have 5 minutes to present your presentation, and then there'll be a couple of questions from committee members after that. So thank you very much.
Kia ora, thanks for having me and thanks for taking time to talk about the seafloor. Even though it's most of Auckland, I'm sure it's not a particularly hot topic of conversation for this committee. So you should have my report and our request. I'm just going to quickly go over some of the main points. So since late 2019, Auckland Council's had new responsibilities to look after indigenous marine biodiversity in the marine space. So you can now use the Resource Management Act to protect against the effects of fishing as long as you don't do so for Fisheries Act purposes. So what that means is that if you value a fishing resource for some other reason, say like a scientific, cultural, or even just an aesthetic reason, you can now do that, you can protect it. So it's pretty exciting that Auckland Council can now do marine protection without having to ask central government. But what should you look to protect first? Well, bottom impact fishing, which is bottom trawling, dredging, and Danish seining, is the thing that you should look to control first because it does the most damage to non-target species. So by letting fishes continue to scrape the seafloor, you're letting them smash up delicate ecosystems that could take 100 years or more to come back. So what am I asking you to protect? I'm asking you to protect scallop beds, mussel beds, tube worm mounds, horse mussel beds, dog cockle beds, corals, sponge gardens, bryozoans, seapeans, and brachiopods, and that's just the stuff that cleans the water. There's a whole other set of names for the stuff that photosynthesizes and stores carbon. Now, we only know how to restore one of those ecosystems, and I think it's going to cost more money for us to put it back than we made from taking it out. We still have pockets of protected corals around Auckland, and these corals are protected because they're going extinct. Central government doesn't care though and is continuing to let fishers smash them. I checked with MPI and the biggest haul they had was 200 kilograms of coral just south of Aotea, Great Barrier Island. And you can't just sort of ask fishers to avoid certain areas where this stuff is because there aren't and there will never be maps good enough. Recreational dredging is fast going out of fashion as fishers get wise to the impacts of it. Most Auckland stores have banned these things now. But you can still buy this stuff. This is big, heavy commercial bottom impact gear. This trawl door weighs 7 tons. Here's an illustration comparing the size of Auckland's biggest marine reserve with one single tow from a bottom trawl. And you can see the effects are much bigger than just what's in the direct path of the bottom trawler because it's resuspending all of these sediments. And so that plume, that cloud comes down. And if you're an animal living nearby, like a filter feeder, that sediment's going to choke you and you're going to die. And if you're a plant living nearby, then you're going to get smothered and you're going to die. So the cumulative effects of just a few of these machines are really, really massive. So the authors of Sea Change knew this and they had a plan to get to move some of the stuff on. So by 2018, banning the use of scallop dredges in areas less than 20 metres deep, and by 2025, prohibiting the use of dredges in the entire marine park. We're not asking you to do that. We're just asking you, do bottom impact fishing methods comply with the unitary plan? And if so, please restore the ecological function of the seafloor by changing the operative unitary plan so these destructive activities require a resource consent. Now, your consents team is already applying the Motiti decision. The first thing they did is ban mussel reef restoration, so it's now illegal to restore the seafloor from the effects of fishing without a resource consent. However, it's absolutely fine to keep on smashing it. So Auckland's marine ecosystems are absolutely critical to our biodiversity, and you now have new legal responsibilities to protect and promote that biodiversity. So let's get started. Thanks.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Sean. That was very to the point. Councillor Cooper, you have a question.
This is very enlightening and frightening. Your slide on what Sea Change was going to do, ban use of scallop dredges by 2018, you said they were going to do it. Did that happen?
No, Sea Change has been put on hold by central government.
2025 won't happen either, at 2025. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sean, for your presentation. I'm just trying to process what you were saying in terms of the unitary plan. So was it raised when the unitary plan was put together and declined by council? And what are we doing about what he's raising? Please, Megan. Thank you.
Well, I can answer the first bit. So the Motiti decision only really came into effect at the end of 2019. So it's a new decision. So previously it was thought that any management of the effects of fishing was up to central government. So this is a new set of responsibilities for councils.
Thanks. So look, Sean, thank you for your presentation, but also your questions and letters that you've written to us. So we are putting a response to you around that. So yeah, just to confirm, this is it's a piece of case law effectively. So there is some more, it will be interesting to see what happens in the coming years. as to whether this is still an area that council can work in. There's, with fisheries and other things, there's a bunch of people and government involved in these kinds of things. So the unitary plan doesn't reflect the opportunities that we might choose to take through this case at the moment. We will look at that, but there is no specific work going on at the moment around changing the unitary plan. There are other councils that are looking at it as well. So it's a little bit of an evolving area, but we play a part as well as fisheries and other government agencies around this stuff.
Councillor Watson.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for a very compelling presentation there, Sean. I just sort of make the point with the co-chair of the Hauraki Golf Forum that this is obviously a very important issue that that body should pick up. So I'm just assuming that this presentation will be passed on to the Hauraki Golf Forum so we can have a discussion too.
Yep, definitely Councillor Watson, myself and Councillor Kuma on board with that. Councillor Fletcher.
I think Councillor Watson has probably highlighted what I wish to, but I think what this also highlights, and I really applaud your advocacy to us today, is that we've had incredible champions for the Gulf for a long period of time. Roger Grace died recently. I mean, he taught my son, and there's been passionate advocacy, and a lot of us thought that with the passage of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park legislation and the forum, that we would begin to address some of these things. But what this highlights is the inadequacy, that they have no power. I sit on the forum, I have sat on the forum for some time, and I think it's going to require advocacy from all of us to bring this to a head. And it's easy to duck for cover and say, oh, well, it's not me, you know, henny penny, so I'll just go and duck over there. Somehow or another, collectively, we've got to come together and put that energy into changing whatever it is in a statutory sense or whatever, that we can actually take action on this, because it's absolutely unacceptable. And this is not a new issue. This issue has been, a lot of us who've been involved in the Gulf for a long time have been agonising over this for 20 odd years. So it's time for some passion and some action, and I applaud you for coming today.
Thanks so much. And yeah, waiting for policy, as you can see from the state of the Gulf, is not a great management strategy. And so it's really exciting that we now have policy, and now all that's missing is leadership.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Member Wilson.
Kia ora, Sean. What a very compelling presentation it was, and done in double quick time, which is always quite difficult. So appreciate the opportunity to catch up in speed. Advocacy, absolutely, as you can tell by the questions and the commentary that's being mooted today, there is a concern being expressed, and I guess it'd be good to see, not necessarily as council works through what it needs to work through, what your next plan would be, because otherwise it is a series of presentations and the like. So I'm curious, please, in terms of what you're presenting here, what your plan is to be. Not, you've only got 5 minutes, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what that looks like.
My understanding is that this committee's preparing a response, and so I'll just wait for that, and then we'll go from there.
Good. Thank you, Member Wilson. And absolutely, so staff are preparing a response to you, but that will be circulated to all members of this committee on what we legally can and cannot do, what we could look to do, and any plans, responding to the more TT decision, but also more generally with things that are bubbling up, such as the Waiheke Rahui and discussions around the Rahui, potentially around Hauturu, with Ngāti Manuhiri and others, and actually the kind of, I guess, changing nature of what we may be able to do as a local authority now that we assumed we had to always sort of beg government for. And as the Hauraki Gulf Forum and Council, support 30% of the Gulf being either marine reserve or marine protection, and we know that it's about 0.3 at the moment. So we know there's a serious discrepancy with our goals as a city and what that means working with mana whenua in the first and foremost, and then with government and everyone else who may have concerns on this. But I think it's definitely a maturing conversation, and I thank you very much for bringing this to the fore, and I think the images sort of speak for themselves as well. And thank you for what you and others, and it was Peter Miles that I met the other day on the Musselbed restoration and the consent that has been allowed there, which I think is a very exciting way forward, that we might see some examples of that restoration. And as you say, if it's more expensive to put it back than take it out, it seems pretty a confusing way to be treating our ecosystem. So thank you very much. If I have a mover to... Oh, was there another question? Sorry, Councillor... Oh, sorry, mover, Councillor Cooper. Hartley second.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you want to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. And we will... Do you want to speak before?
Oh, yeah. I'm happy to second it, but I also, for the information of those of us sitting around the table, is to also acknowledge Sean for his work in terms of birds and dotterels in our area. He's from Point England, so he's from my patch. And I just wanted to acknowledge you in this forum for everything that you're doing to protect and look after the birds in our area. So to see you come here for this issue, again, for me, makes me really think, yeah, okay, this is a serious issue. Need to do what we can to provide that leadership that you're asking for. So look forward to the reports on how we can show that leadership on this issue. So thank you, Sean.
Would anyone else like to speak? No? Okay, all those in favour? Aye. And thank you very much, Sean. Right. Next up, we have Hibiscus and Bays. We have 2 local board inputs. First up, we'll have Alexis Poppelbaum from the Hibiscus Bays local board. Thank you very much. And we have Julia Parfitt online. Alexis will be doing the presentation, but if there's a question that Julia might need to answer, she's there, but she's listening in.
Great, thanks. Good morning. I'm Alexis Poppelbaum from the Hibiscus and Bays local board. Thank you, Mayor, Chairperson, Councillors, Māori Statutory Board for allowing us to speak today to our submission that we gave back in October. You'll note in attachment B that all 4 North Shore local boards wrote very extensive feedback, and for that we apologise for that dense reading. You can see that the Resource Recovery Network is something that we're deeply passionate about and that we're very eager to see the success of. Given that the adoption of the strategy is on your agenda today, I thought it would be wise, with the time that I've got, just to focus just on a couple of little things to talk to you about today. In our October feedback, we expressed concern that the strategy refresh focused on the delivery of a fixed number of centres and parks rather than targeting funding to recover a quantity of resources from the waste stream. And as such, we didn't feel that the location of facilities, which is key to the success of the strategy, was highlighted sufficiently. We believe that the location of facilities in areas where they will achieve the most in terms of reduction of waste to landfill is key. And it's not a particular type or function of building that is required to do this, but rather an overall network made up of different types and functions of buildings depending on the waste profile of that area. Some of the feedback from ourselves and from the other local boards, northern local boards, was that we support a fit-for-purpose strategy for a sub-regional part of the resource recovery network in the north, with the ultimate aim of diverting as much waste as possible to recovered resource. And that's for a few reasons. There is a massive potential to achieve a significant reduction of waste to landfill in the north. And we may also be a very important central location for construction and demolition waste, given the significant developments that are happening in and around our area. We're also likely to have a high value of recoverable materials, which is incredibly important for a facility or facilities to be financially viable and economically successful. We currently have very limited access to the resource recovery network. the closest facilities to us are Devonport and Whangaparoa, and whilst they are, one of them is in the North Shore. For those of you who live in Devonport, it's a difficult area to get to, and it's over 30 minutes without traffic. We also have available sites for investigation that are either council or owned by CCOs, and my colleague from Upper Harbour, Anna Atkinson, who will be talking next, has done a lot of proactive work in this area and identifying some really fantastic central locations. We also have established and experienced community organisations who are prepared and ready to go in supporting this. Our residents across the area are also highly engaged. For the East Coast Bays, we have the highest amount of environmental groups and volunteers across the region, and I would say that that's probably mirrored across Upper Harbour and Kaipātiki as well. So our residents are engaged, and I think the opportunity to participate in a facility or facilities would be greatly taken up. At this point, I just want to pass over to Julia Parfitt, who's online, who may or may not have something that she wanted to add. Julia? We'll see if she comes online in a moment. But I just wanted to summarise by saying that, again, thank you very much for the opportunity. We are incredibly eager to see the success of the strategy, and I know that the local boards, through that feedback that you would have seen in Attachment B, are very eager to see the success of the strategy going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexis. And we can't hear Julia at the moment, but I'm sure she'll let us know if she would like to add anything. Are there any questions for Alexis? Member Wilson.
Kia ora, Alexis. Great presentation. We're having a good day today. I share similar views in terms of the use of those. So it was interesting how you stepped out point-wise as to why you would seek additional. Normally, a question around receiving additional resource garners, well, we haven't got one in ours. So I was really appreciative of your presentation in the sense you stepped out. The high value thing also worries me, and where they put resource recycling centres as well. So they are effective, and you've even got some indication of the fact you understand that your community are the ones that are utilising that facility, and the community are the ones that wish to utilise it. So you've already got a network up already. My one question that I would like to pose to you, have you had an opportunity to canvass the Māori component of your community to get a viewpoint from them as to what they think and the use thereof?
No, we haven't yet, very early stages, but I'm really glad that you asked that question, because that's incredibly important and definitely on the agenda to do across all the northern local boards. I see working quite collaboratively towards this being in a central location, so that would definitely be on the things to do.
Great to see that there is that strength of community cooperation, collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just wanted Alexis to follow up on your comment about the established community organisations that exist in the area, and how productive it is to leverage off the expertise and energy that goes with them. So I think of the Whangaparoa one, where you have an old site that's just a scrap of land really. You now have a container, and it's largely driven by these groups who bring not only expertise, but they bring access to funding. So essentially, what is it about these kind of community organisations that actually aid council and actually enable council to take a real back seat, and they do everything if a site can be found?
Thank you for the question. There's two community organisations that we are just aware of. I'm certain there might be more, and one of them that I can speak to that you'll be familiar with, Councillor, is Hibiscus Coast Zero Waste, who very successfully run the Whangaparoa Centre, and they have huge operations, and they're doing incredible things with massive volunteers across the region, reconditioning soil out west with scrap waste that they are collecting through a small operation which is growing. They're also very well connected within our schools and our businesses in waste collection, and that's something that our board has funded for a very long time and will continue to do so in the future. So they're very well established, have been around a very long time, and have an incredible amount of support as well.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Walker.
So I'm just picking up on the point that you're making that conceivably there could be more than the number that they're suggesting, or there could be some variation. And I'd put to you that in a situation where there's an area of land, and I'm thinking of a particular area of land which is the old Rosedale landfill, that can't be used for anything much else, but could make an excellent site for a resource recovery network, a community garden. And I've visited sites just like this overseas in Melbourne and other cities, for example, where they convert disused landfills to a community purpose because you can't do anything else with it. In that kind of circumstance, why wouldn't you have one there, even if it is over and above this list, if it could be brought in far more economically than possibly anywhere else in the region?
I'm glad that you brought up the Rosedale landfill, and that was one of the few sites that my colleague Anna, who will be speaking after me, and her colleague Nick from Upper Harbour have been identifying sites that are along that motorway and very central to that northern region. And the Rosedale landfill was one of them. I understand from them that there is a section of that area that was never used for landfill that has very mature pine trees on it that could be perfect for a facility. There may be things that need to be considered, such as types of structures on that, but certainly we see that as a really fantastic opportunity to be investigated.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. And thank you, Alexis. We'll have the report if you can or can't stay. That's up to you, but we'll make sure the feedback comes back to you from Parul and the team. I know that in the report it does say the location of facilities will be decided based on local feedback, based on available sites and all the sort of information you're giving us. So I know that there isn't, it's not locked in, and I assume there will be locations, spread as equally as possible across Tamaki Makaurau. I know that when I was on the Kaipātiki local board, we were of the same mind at the time that, we would have preferred a more central location, but the Devonport site was available and it was just about, and they're doing amazing work, but granted, the access to that site is not easy for everyone on the shore. So definitely can agree with you there. So we will ensure that information comes back. There won't be a rush to choose sites. It is a process. We are going through the funding, apportioning funding through the 10-year budget as we go, plus the government's waste levy portion for Auckland. So the funding is there, but yep, I'm happy to push for making sure those local views are taken up. So if Watson and Walker, Councillor Watson and Walker, would you like to move Councillor Watson and second Councillor Walker? Thank you very much. All those in favour? Those against? No? Perfect. Thank you. And next up we have Anna Atkinson from the Upper Harbour Local Board to talk on the same topic. Thank you very much. Just pop on the microphone at the front.
The talk button. Good morning, I'm Anna Atkinson from the Upper Harbour Local Board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. Thank you, Chairperson, Mayor and Māori statutory members. I won't belabour too many points. Our submission, it sort of echoes East Coast Bays, the Hibiscus and Bays. We all believe we need a recycling centre in our area. You'll be asked today to vote on a proposal that includes a proposal to create a network of 9 community recycling centres and 2 resource recovery parks. we did have one of the very long submissions in the Appendix B, and once again, I apologise for that, but I really want to emphasise 3 key points from our submission. Firstly, Upper Harbour Local Board wholeheartedly agrees with the proposal to increase the network of recycling centres and resource recovery parks. But secondly, point 2, we're not convinced that the proposed strategy has settled on the right number and mix of centres. But thirdly, and most importantly, is we want to emphasise that Upper Harbour, we want and we need and we have the space for a community recycling centre within the central North Shore. Okay, we all know the time's right for this. We've got the climate emergency, we've got the waste minimisation plan, we've got carbon imperatives, and people just want to play a part of a sustainable lifestyle. We've got to help them do that. In fact, one of our local board objectives in our recently adopted plan was around minimising waste and allowing a circular economy. So if we got one, tick, one objective done. But it's really important. So therefore, we support the Resource Recovery Centre refresh, including the intent to build more recycling centres. But the goal's got to be around diverting waste, and high value waste obviously is more economically profitable than just the number of centres. My second point was on the mix and number of centres. As Alexis has alluded to, we believe that we can have a variety of centres. There's plenty of places on the North Shore with hugely high growth at the moment. I'm thinking Whenuapai, Scott Point, Hobsonville. We're actually funding demolition waste leaders to go in and talk to people about demolition waste. We all know how big an issue construction waste is. We believe that maybe a strategy of some drop-off points near there where the waste is then collected and brought to a bigger site, that could work. We don't need to have a big drop-off and collection resource recovery centre everywhere. And then as these areas grow and you don't need such an area, that those few containers can be moved off. We need something flexible. The third issue I mentioned was distance. As Alexis said, our 2 closest are the Hibiscus and Whangaparoa Peninsula and Devonport. It's over 30-minute drive in each direction. None of my friends know that they exist or would go there. We just wouldn't. So if we want to enable people to recycle, we've got to have one a bit closer. Hibiscus and Bays, Upper Harbour and Kaipatiki, big growth areas with high value waste, and obviously just shipping waste across to landfills isn't very good. So within the northern boards, all 4 boards wish to see something in our area. We're going to work together. We've got a number of sites with investigation. Councillor Watson mentioned Rosedale, that's obviously one of them, but there are plenty more. We had a brain dump and we came up with about 5 or 6 sites that are owned by either council or the CCOs that could work and have good access. So what we really want is to be involved in the investigation of the sites. As well as community partners, there's the Hibiscus Coast Zero Waste. I've had yesterday the Kaipatiki project reached out to me and said they would like to be involved. Business North Harbour have reached out and said they'd like to be involved. So we've got businesses, we've got community projects, we've got partners, and as Alexis said, many members of our community are involved in restoration, ecological activities. So with all of this, plus the support of boards and of the council, we really think that something in the upper North Shore is really sensible. People really love the area they live, and it would give them yet another reason to really love this area. Thanks for listening to me today.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anna. And please never apologise for giving us fulsome submissions and feedback, because we really do enjoy it. And we enjoy it. Say that the staff do take on all the feedback, and it's very important. These recycling centres and resource recovery parks are only going to work with local board support and community buy-in. So I think there is a sweet spot between ensuring there's enough locations that it's not too far for people to get to, and also using resources wisely. As you say, we could do a hub and spoke type drop-off model and things, but yeah, really keen for all the feedback we can get on that. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Probably about 25, 30 years ago, there was a slogan, Albany, the new centre of the shore, and everyone used to laugh at it, because at that stage, Albany was orchards and, kind of a trip out from people from the lower part of the shore. Now it is the centre of the shore. It's a little bit like other parts of Auckland, where the whole dynamics of growth has changed. So in terms of people wanting to play a part in a sustainable economy, and the link into this committee, the Climate Change Committee. How does those various components around a location like this old tip at Rosedale that can't be used, how does that meet the kind of desire of large numbers of people in these communities to actually help us with our climate change goals, and do that in a venue that is so convenient for a real big circle of virtually everyone north of the bridge?
Thank you, Councillor. You've almost answered the question. There's many community groups that have expressed willingness to be involved. Hibiscus Zero Waste have expressed willingness. Kauperi Project have expressed willingness. And people want to be able to to recycle sustainably. But driving to Devonport and Whangaparoa is just not cutting it. The site, as Alexis said, not all of the sites, my understanding, was actually used for landfill. So while there is an issue with methane at part of it, we're still waiting for officer advice on that. There is a big part of it that was never used. So there's no reason why we don't see we could put some containers on there and start a process with a hub and spoke model. There's also other options within the areas. There's one at the top of Albany Highway, there's ones on Hooton Reserve. There's lots of areas that we would like to be discussed, but Rosedale is completely the obvious one. And it would enable people to be involved.
Sorry, just a very quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This committee is very conscious about cost, as everyone hopefully is aware going into this budget. You mentioned a couple of old containers. What does that mean? Because that doesn't seem like a very big cost to get things going. Is that exactly what's happening in Whangaparoa?
Whangaparoa, yeah, it is done on the smell of an oily rag by a community organisation. They don't need to be overblown. What I would like to see is even start small. Start with a small vision on the side of the land. As the land is made safe, methane is reduced, then have the plan to expand. We don't need to go big right from the beginning. As long as we work with not only community, but there are recyclable businesses that would want to be involved, it can be done relatively cheaply. And Rosedale Road doesn't have residents around, doesn't have the businesses that are going to complain if you put up too many containers.
Good, thank you. We'll have these three last questions if possible. Councillor Stewart.
Oh, I'm over here. Sorry. So thank you for your presentation. Just really interested with what you're doing up there, but I'm sure maybe you could help some of the other local boards out east and out south. I think we really need something out our way. We really do. There are some community groups that are doing some things out our way, but I think we desperately need something because a lot of stuff that gets illegally dumped is stuff that could really be quite useful and yeah. So,
Yes,
have you been working with any of the other local board members from other?
But we've only worked with the northern board areas. So I've been in touch with colleagues from Kauperi, Devonport, Hibiscus and Bays and Upper Harbour. But the strategy as proposed has 9 community recycling centres. So I certainly would hope that if you need one out east that you did get one. We just want to make sure that they're close to all people, and because the goal is to reduce waste. So if you look at where they are at the moment, they're in peninsulas and they're on islands and they're on the outskirts of Auckland. I think we really need to bite the bullet and put them where people live and people can access it.
Yes, I've just been nudged with a question. Would you be happy to talk with at the local board forum, the local board chairs forum?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
When is that?
So do we have some date? Could we come back to you on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Spread the love.
Spread the love.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks, Anna and Alexis, for your presentation, for your advocacy and your enthusiasm. And I think, when we haven't decided whether we're going to double the number of recovery centres, which is the really good news. I don't think the decision has been made yet where they may be. And I take on board where you've got a group of enthusiastic people and you've got a site, they're big advantages. But I just wanted to point out really that the word network is really important. And at the moment, to cover the whole of the isthmus and the south, there's one site. It's at Waiuku, which is at the far south. So what we'll be trying to do, you know, not ignoring your advocacy, certainly taking on board that, but we will want to get a network so that we cover the whole region. Because at the moment, I think if you include the island, the Gulf Islands, 7 of the 9 existing centres are north of the city centre. So so we balance out the discussion today that we really do need to have that network across the region. And to pick up, I think it was Sharon's point, you know, we'll be looking at existing resource recovery centres to provide their expertise and their skill to help develop that network around the whole region. So thank you very much for your presentation, both of you.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Member Wilcox.
Just a query, have you been working with any whānau from the marae or mana whenua in this respect to kind of get an idea of what they might be seeking?
As Alexis said, not yet. Our board does have a relationship agreement with mana whenua, but we haven't discussed this yet because it was our submission to a proposal to have 9 additional community recycling centres. But if it did come as far as potential looking at sites, we would absolutely certainly want to discuss with the mana whenua.
So when mana whenua kind of make a submission, what happens then? You take that into account, do you?
No, we're trying to develop a governance relationship with the local mana whenua up. I think there's 4 groups that we're in discussion with up in the Upper Harbour. So we're trying to develop governance relationships, and when we do discuss things like this with them, we just haven't discussed this particular recycling initiative with them.
Okay, couple.
Kia ora, thank you, Glenn. Councillor Walker, last question. Is it
Again, I just want to pick up on that Rosedale side and just wonder if you could confirm a few things, that there is access, that it's incredibly well located in terms of arguably the wider North Shore and the Hibiscus Coast area, that it would have sufficient size to be a resource recovery park, not just a recycling centre.
Yes, my understanding is affirmative to all of those. It's an incredibly well located site on a main road away from residential and businesses. It's accessible from Hibiscus and Bays and Albany, and especially if it was part of a hub and spoke system, you could really have a really broad reach into a lot of growth areas targeting construction and demolition waste.
And just a follow-on question, my understanding is it wouldn't have any consenting issues, or very few because of its historical use.
You'd need to speak to an expert. I'm sorry, I don't know about that.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Walker. And last from Member Wilson.
Thank you. Again, a great presentation and envious of the networks that you have and the cooperation. My one question is, I would have assumed it would be a stronger submission if the views that were sought aren't local board there, mana whenua here. So there are mana whenua clearly within the local boards. It'd be really good to see not only are you speaking on behalf of your wider community, it's inclusive of mana whenua, so there's not a separate. I'd like to understand what the needs are and what the views are of mana whenua in terms of any of those centres within your local board area. So in the future moving forward, it'd be really good to understand what that means for a local board from a mana whenua perspective, which is notoriously hard to gauge, as you're probably well aware. So for the next time, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Member Wilson. And yeah, thank you for, this is a lot of food for thought, and we will definitely be taking on all that feedback. It's important to note that when we are talking about innovative ideas like containers and different things, that in our current resource recovery network, there are 80 people working full time. That health and safety is paramount, that they obviously need facilities if they're working there all day, that we can't just plonk things on a site. So it is about how can we make sure we have those innovative, maybe more affordable approaches, but making sure we have good facilities where people are wanting to work and are safe to work and things like that. So we'll just have I assume, mover. Councillor Walker, did you want to move this time? Councillor Watson, second. All those in favour? Thank you very much, Anna. Now, we were supposed to have Auckland Transport next, but I will be moving. We have the Chair of the Climate Change Commission and the Deputy Chair as well here, which is very exciting. So we were going to have, I'll just explain up front before I ask them to come to the table that we, just by chance, had the Chair and Deputy of the Climate Change Commission in Auckland and available for this meeting. So they are not technically presenting to the item 9 paper. They're coming to almost like a public forum. So they're here to discuss the advice, answer our questions for a certain amount of time, and then after that we will have a brief break, and then we'll have the officers come and speak to item 9. So just be clear that this is it probably the staff advice was probably could have been a workshop, but because we have a climate change committee today, I thought it was important to do this in public, have a discussion in public, and celebrate the fact that they are willing to come speak to us on the advice that came out just over a week, was it 2 weeks ago. So I think that, yeah, it's quite a fantastic opportunity we have. We'll be doing that in public, but I will say we're not debating the advice. It'll be a short presentation from the climate change chair, and then we'll be able to ask questions on the advice. And then we'll move to the item, which is about our submission on that advice. So it will be, I'll be trying to keep that distinction, but just ensuring we're not debating the chair and the deputy chair. They are here to answer our questions. So thank you. So if Rod and Lisa would be able to come up to the table. So we have Dr. Rod Carr and Lisa Tumahai. Oh, sorry. Hang on a sec. One moment, sorry.
He te pui no te tonga, tēnei te mihi ki a koe no ngā mana whenua, no ngā whānau o tāmaki makaurau. Te kōrero I roto I tēnei rohe, te whai rawa o te tonga. Aroha mai ki a mātou, engari mihi ana ki a koe, everyone, kawe mai ana nā kōrero, mo te huri haere o te ao, me te riri a ngā tamariki a tāwhiri mātea. No reira o te tēnei te mihi ki a koutou, no te kaunihera, no te koro matua, no te hea mana nei, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. Kia ora mai tātou.
Mahana ki a koutou. Tēnā koe mana whenua Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, mana whenua o tēnei rohi, tēnā koe, kia ora koutou. Kia ora. Thank you for the welcome.
Kia ora, and thank you again for both of you for being here. And if Dr. Carr, if you'd like to maybe lead off and introduce yourselves, or each, you might want to individually introduce yourselves, but thank you very much.
Okay. Kia ora everybody. It is a privilege and a pleasure to have this opportunity. As chair of the Hei Pou Arangi Climate Change Commission, New Zealand's independent advisor to the government on climate change matters, I thought I would first introduce myself briefly and then allow Lisa to introduce herself. I was born in Auckland in 1958. I grew up in Auckland. My father worked for the then Auckland Town Planning Authority in the early 1960s, and quite frankly left in despair and went to Western Australia, where he finished his career as Planning Commissioner for Western Australia. Those of you who have been to Perth might have noticed the odd bit of organisation. He had a mind that was somewhat at that extreme of the spectrum when it came to organising things. Sometimes organisation helps a little, and often democracy is messy. So my contribution is not as a climate scientist, and largely I'd have to say that the science around climate is well settled. My contribution is not as a climate policy guru. In fact, 15 months ago, I knew probably less than the average New Zealander about these matters. And I am not a climate activist and have never been one, although I have come to have a great respect for those who have been carrying this burden for some time. The task that the chair of the Climate Change Commission has had has been to bring together independent advice, and I guess that's the role that I have played. I will shortly brief you, and it will be brief, on the process that we have been through in the context of the narrow focus of our role. But let Lisa Tumahai, our very able Deputy Chair, introduce herself.
Kia ora koutou. I'm from a small town, Hokataka, the west coast of the South Island, brought up in Ōtautahi in Christchurch, moved back to the west coast where my bones and my family are, my parents are, in 2016, and have been involved with the iwi for more than 20 years, the iwi of Ngaitahu. I married a tūmahai. Some of you might know the name from up here, from Ōrake. So it's my husband's family. Auckland is so busy and noisy and crowded when I come from a small town, but I certainly have been watching the challenges that you have, Mr. Mayor, over your time with such a large area, such a diverse community, and with multiple iwi interests that you have a responsibility and obligation to. So I acknowledge the challenge that you have. We as a Commission, we have obligations to meet within our legislation that reflect the treaty, and so we have a work program that is to ensure that we engage appropriately with iwi Māori, and that their voice is heard and informs our thinking and our advice to the Minister. So, kia ora.
Thank you, Lisa. So the first thing I would say is that the Commission is not all things environmental, and it's not even all things climate. Our role is to provide advice to the government of the day. We have no decision rights, and that advice should be independent and evidence-based, and that advice is only about a certain narrow range of things. First of all, to advise the government whether New Zealand is on track to achieve the statutory targets for emissions reduction that have already been agreed by Parliament. And as a quick reminder, those targets are to reduce biogenic methane by 10% from its 2017 level by 2030, and by between 24 and 47% from the 2017 level by 2050. And by 2050, to be net zero for all other long-lived gases. So the statutory targets have been set. They are not up for renegotiation. So the task for the Commission is to say, is New Zealand on track to achieve those targets? And if not, what is the direction of policy advice the Commission would offer a government at the time to either put us on track or keep us on track? That was the task that we were set under the Act. And then to advise the government what plan needs to be put in place in the first emissions period, that is the period till 2025, to set us up for success. The Minister, thinking that wasn't a big enough task, gave us two other tasks to do concurrently. One was to say, well, in the longer term, towards the end of this century, what biogenic methane reduction would be required for us to be on a 1.5% increase in global temperatures consistent with our obligations under the Paris Agreement. And, while you're at that, tell us whether our nationally determined contribution, i.e. that share of global emissions that we've signed up for, is compatible with a 1.5 degree outcome and New Zealand's obligations under the Paris Agreement. The work of the Commission was first to establish where we think we are and where we think we're going under current policy settings, and whether that would get us to where we need to be. No surprise, the conclusion is no, we're not on that track. We will fall short of achieving those statutory targets without further action. The further action I'm not going to try and summarise, but the further action is essentially the draft advice which is now out for public consultation. And the action comes in many parts. Some of it is quite high level, that central and local government need to be required and enabled to collaborate for outcomes consistent with the emissions budgets. That we need to engage in partnership with iwi Māori if we are to achieve these targets. And that the government needs to consider whether there is a place in the process around evaluating policy actions for a wider forum of New Zealanders than currently exists through our work as an independent commission required to consult, and the work of Parliament as the duly elected representatives of all of us. So we've got some pretty high-level, try harder, do better recommendations, but then we also have some very specific recommendations, particularly around transport. But let me just back up the bus a little and tell you about the process and where we're at. So the Commission was formed a little over a year ago and stood on the shoulders of the interim Climate Change Committee. We inherited their body of work and many of their staff. But in the last year, we have been in the process of building models, consulting with peer groups and peak bodies to establish the evidence base which is in our draft report. That process is never perfect and never complete. The opportunity now, and here's our Chief Executive, Joe Hendy, who thought we were starting at 11, but welcome, Joe. Good to have you with us. But the opportunity now in the public consultation process is to seek your input as directly impacted and affected parties on the advice that we are in the process of forming. In that process, we've to date already, in the formation of the draft advice, had over 700 engagements with individuals, small groups, large organisations, public forums and webinars. But there is more to come. The opportunity is for you to look at, through the eyes of those that you empower, the advice that we are drafting, and particularly where it impacts on the roles and responsibilities that you have, to make sure that we understand the barriers and enablers to the transition that New Zealand must make to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We highlight transport because 40% of all our long life gas emissions come from transport. We highlight agriculture because agriculture has specific defined targets for emissions reductions that need to be achieved. And we highlight energy production, not because the emissions from current production of energy are large contributors, but because we need to build out dramatically and quite rapidly our source of renewable energy, whether it's for the purpose of creating electricity or biofuels. For Auckland, transport matters a lot. How we get around and how we move stuff around is important. And the Commission makes some assumptions at a national level about how we might change our modes of transport. We assume, for example, increases in walked and biked journeys and journeys on public transport that displace current kilometres travelled in internal combustion engine cars. We have advice that will make the cost of old fossil fuels technology higher and less readily available, while at the same time putting a price and potentially providing support for lower emissions alternatives. I don't want to rehearse all of our advice today. I do want to say that Auckland matters a lot, that New Zealand cannot achieve its targets without Auckland being able to play its part. And so we do need to understand the enablers and barriers to getting emissions reductions in this substantial community. And one final thing that often comes up is, so are we picking on industries or technologies? No, we are not. We are picking on low and no emissions technologies. We are not picking out winners and losers. The loser here will be all of New Zealand if by 2050 we haven't embraced the technologies that will be prevalent in the second half of the 21st century. And those will be low emissions technologies, the infrastructure, skills and capabilities necessary to take advantage of them. But when we get there, we will have a greener, cleaner, healthier, less vulnerable and more sustainable society. This is not all about doing this to wear a hair shirt for the benefit of others. We will be the biggest beneficiaries of decarbonising our way of life. I'm delighted to take the opportunity to field your questions. Kia ora.
That was a perfect summation. I just wondered if, Lisa, if you had anything to add, or Joe, if you'd like to introduce yourself, because sorry, early, usually these committees don't run to time, so thank you for being here bang on time.
Yeah, so
If you want to press the talk button in front, yes.
yes, hi, I'm Chief Executive at the Climate Commission, so I lead the day-to-day work of the team there that have all contributed to what Rod has just introduced. I'll hand over to Lisa.
Actually, I'm going to make Jo do something that she does really well. Unlike me, who has no history in climate action or climate policy, I want Jo to just introduce herself a little bit more. Tell us your story.
My story. So I have been working in climate change issues pretty much my entire career. I always like starting a story back in the 1800s, and I wasn't alive then, but my great-great-grandmother was alive then, and that is when scientists first worked out that putting the burning greenhouse gases, putting carbon dioxide into the air, was going to result in rising temperatures. And 100 years, or more than 100 years on from that, is when the world, in the 1990s, agreed to tackle climate change when I was a teenager. And that is when I got hooked on thinking about climate change issues. Rolling on from that, we're 30 years on. I have been working, I had a career at Motu Economic Research and the Parliamentary Commission of the Environment, involved in various environmental investigations and a number related to climate change. So now it brings us 30 years on, since we agreed as a country, as a world, to tackle climate change. And our gross emissions have not gone down, and we have not managed to do that. In fact, our gross emissions have risen. So an exciting time today, this year, giving us a chance to put in place our first cohesive strategic plan to bring emissions down and achieve our targets.
Thank you, Jo. And Lisa, could you explain a little of the process by which we've engaged with iwi Māori?
Yeah, so because of just some of the restrictions with COVID and our ability to get out really widely across the country, which is really important that iwi are engaged in a valued way, where it's not consultation, it's valued engagement. We've taken a case study approach, and we've worked with about 5 marae and 7 land trusts, so Māori land trusts who have agriculture, forestry, thermal interests, and we've done case studies to understand what climate change means for them. What do they see as certain impacts on their world going forward? So that information has been extremely valuable, and in reading them, it could be my marae back home. So I think what we've gathered is something that can be generic, but it's also unique to those particular places. So it's valuable information to inform our thinking and the advice that's going forward. But we do have a strong commitment and obligation to iwi Māori through our engagement process.
Cool. Thank you very much. So Councillor Newman, first question.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Dr. Carr and members of your team. I think that what you've said is pertinent, and having a look at your website and having read through some of the chapters of your advice has been really compelling. Chapter 4B addresses transport and urban form and building. You make the point in your chapter, quote, urban planning that decreases the need for carbon-intensive transportation in the long term, such as compact pedestrianised cities and towns, plays an important role in limiting future emissions. I absolutely agree with that, and that is fundamental to the regional policy statement of Auckland Council. We're trying to give effect to that through our planning framework. What I'm really struggling with at the moment is not our unitary plan, it's the direction of central government policy settings around urban planning, which appear to be going in the opposite direction, doing away with the rural-urban boundary, liberalising greenfields development and urban sprawl, which to me just seems to be the antithesis of a focus on reducing carbon emissions in terms of planning. So what I want to know, I'd like your help. What do I need to do? Should this council continue to try and give effect to the policy directions of the Auckland Unitary Plan, which gives effect to what you're trying to achieve? Or should we give way to what government is wanting to achieve by liberalising greenfields development, allowing all that sprawl, understanding that low density will increase emissions?
Welcome to the world of complexity, which is not new news, I know. Look, part of it is stand up for what you believe in, so don't roll over would be point out the alternatives and make sure that it's not just about we can't do this. As I'm sure you know, you need to also say, and this is what you can do, and it will be better, and it can happen sooner, because the issue of housing that is confronting the government is how do we create more affordable housing. They seem to have convinced or been convinced that converting rural land to sprawl is a solution to that problem. If the conclusion is that is not the solution, then you really do need to do what I know you want to do, which is actively enable the increased density of housing, particularly along public transport routes. And that's going to require you to stare down some of the communities who would rather it was left just how it is. And that's the tension in a democracy, is that everybody gets a say, but in the end, someone has to decide.
I have a follow-up, Chair, just one more. I accept the premise of increasing heights and increasing density along rail corridors and hubs and within our metro centres. That's provided for in the unitary plan. But still, there is an override which is taking place here, which I think is driven by developers, where some within government have got on board with it, and that is to provide for sprawl anyway. And I'm worried about that, because to me, we can try and encourage development in one location, but if developers and the government and the market want to go somewhere else, I'm not quite sure how I can stop that.
You people are the politicians. You can deal with central government. When it comes to markets, I believe in the efficiency of markets, but I also believe that markets fail. Markets fail in three particular areas, and I've been a student, academic and practitioner of these things for 40 years. The first thing they fail at is time. Markets discount the future too heavily. Secondly, they fail because markets are indifferent to the distributional outcomes of the pricing of resources. And markets also fail because new technologies that evolve are subject to regulation, as are old technologies. So one has to always accept the limits of markets, and the hubris of markets choose is to ignore the fact that markets are allowed to do what we allow them to do. And so if you can hold central government to account for its emissions budgets, which are statutory obligations once committed to, and you can point out how the practices that they are promoting breach those budgets, you will create the opportunity for a dialogue that does not exist today, but will exist by Christmas. Because remember, under the Act, a government is required to lock in emissions budgets and an emissions reduction plan by the 31st of December this year. It doesn't have to be our plan, but if it's not taking our advice, it has to explain why not and put the alternative plan into law.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try and keep it sort of as brief as I can. Firstly, a sort of more of a left field question. Do you foresee climate refugees as part of this country's future?
I'm going to let both my colleagues answer so that they get some airtime too, but let's start with Lisa.
Oh, God, do I really want to? Look, whether it's climate change or pandemics, highly likely to.
Do you think then that your advice, as aggressive as it is, may not be aggressive enough to deal with a huge influx of resident population in a short amount of time?
Here's a quick answer on that. There are two types of refugees, and we're discovering that. One is the passport holders who have a right to return, and there's 1 million of them out there, and they're called New Zealand citizens abroad. We have no willingness, ability or appetite, except under extreme circumstance, to control the right to return. So some of these climate refugees may well be our own people coming home. Secondly, other than that, it is what we choose to allow, because we do have the tyranny of a rather large blue ocean between us. That doesn't mean you won't get a hijacked cruise liner turning up in Auckland at some point, but we need to be open to supporting our Pacific neighbours who are most adversely impacted and least able to respond, and be generous and open-handed in how we create opportunities for them. I'm not certain public policy yet is developing an appropriate way of responding to that challenge. There'll be a different set of climate refugees as well, and there'll be the internal New Zealanders who are displaced as a result of adaptation to climate effects that are already underway. And how are we going to deal with local communities where we must make some tough choices about what we protect and when we retreat? So the refugees are not all coming to us without a passport, and some of them are already in country.
Thank you. Just one more, if that's okay, just a little one. Thank you, Chair. Thanks. So these targets involve steep emissions cuts. How will you consider smoothing the effects of steep cuts on low-income and geographically disconnected communities?
So one of the things we emphasise in our advice is that although this transition we can do it, it's manageable at an aggregate level. Those costs are well affordable. The costs won't fall evenly on New Zealanders, and there will be particular groups who will be hit harder than others, and those that will be least able to adjust. So within the advice, you'll see some recommendations around the fact that we need to anticipate that and manage that from the outset.
But I also think one thing to remember is these people should be supported to change, not supported to continue doing what they're doing. And there's the challenge, is the nature of the support is to transition to a lower emissions future. It's not to pay so you can afford to keep doing the high emitting activity.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Got a couple of related questions, and they're partly informed by my participation at the Rio and the Paris climate talks. And certainly one of the observations, and I just wonder how far your commission can go to promoting it, is the importance of cities taking an active role around the Conference of Parties table in actively promoting climate change targets, given that often there is a problem with countries, but it is cities that are actively leading the charge in reducing emissions across the globe. And the necessity for councils like ours other cities in New Zealand to be active politically, because the solution is think global, act local. But we have to have that global political mechanism. What's your comment on that?
So I think that's an important insight, is the way this thing's going to get done is not by rural New Zealand picking a fight with urban New Zealand. The lessons we can learn, for example, if you're a city of Auckland's size and nature, are most likely to be learnt by hunkering down with cities with a comparable size and nature, and there may be only 10 or 15 of that universe in the world, but you will probably learn more useful stuff by being in the room with them about plans, strategies and tactics to get stuff done. In the same way for agriculture, you know, our sheep and beef farmers are probably going to be able to learn more by learning what is going on in Ireland than they are by understanding what's happening in the suburbs of Auckland. So I think that multilateral intersector, find people who look like they're confronting the same issues you are and engage with them, is really important, because every community is different. Every emission matters. No reduction is too little or too soon. And so learning from others is a really key part about how we're going to deal with this. But Lisa, you can, how do we leverage communities?
Yeah, I think, you know, pandemic, you know, we've had to come together, cross-agency, working together to ensure that we protect and work with our communities in a particular way, and climate change is no different. We're going to have to look outside of ourselves to partner with others, but also, you know, really passionate about our rural communities developing their tailored solutions, which are not going to be the same as what you need here in Auckland. But councils have committees like yourself who have obligations and responsibilities to be champions of climate change, responses to climate change, and how you're going to move yourselves to a different way of being. So we rely on champions across our communities.
The other related question I've got goes to the role of local government, not just cities but district councils. And would it be fair to say on the part of the Commission that if you can empower and enable territorial authorities so they've got action plans, so they're implementing, so that they're monitoring and managing, producing the sums, you aggregate that up and you've got your strategy. So we have a direct responsibility, and if you can engage with us and empower us and other cities, then together we can make the difference.
Which is why you'll see part of our recommendation is it is important that central and local government get their act together, figure out what the barriers to achieving these targets and budgets are, and councils are enabled to play their part. Couldn't agree more. I think the other part of yes, it is the aggregation of all of our household community activities. Councils themselves are increasingly aware of the footprint from their own activities, but relatively the activities of the council that affect emissions are not whether you have a fleet of electric buses, they're whether you support urban sprawl. So part of the reach of governing bodies is well beyond their own footprint, but role modelling good behaviour is actually really important. So we recommend that the task force for climate-related risk disclosures, that TCFD stuff, be extended to central and local government for exactly the reason that you've said, that the transparency and what gets measured gets managed. The ability of the public to hold central and local government to account for the carbon footprints of their actions and decisions, I think is important. And we also recommend that the government consider that lending institutions are required to disclose the enabling activities' carbon footprint from their lending behaviours for a similar reason.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Really just welcome. This is a big moment for us today, but it's a big moment for the country. And I just want to acknowledge, Rod, the way you're leading this. I sort of felt like it was like easy listening music, but with meaningful lyrics. I'm really listening, so thank you. I appreciate it. Look, I just wanted, I don't pretend to have digested all 189 pages at this time, but I have read through with interest, particularly in the transport area. I notice a comment early up in the document. You say we must decide where our ambition lies. Really quite pointed, actually. And then you go on to say transformational lasting change is needed. And then under transport, you outline the move to EVs by 2035. I think that's been well documented in media. But then there's subset to that, and it's equally as important. Targets to increase low emissions public and shared transport, walking and cycling emphasised, supporting public transport uptake. We're talking cities here now. We're really starting to talk about us. And we're also talking about councils introducing first and last kilometre travel solutions, that shared and again active, walking and cycling. So you note that. In March this year, less than a month away, Auckland Council and Auckland Transport will be putting out for public consultation a really important document which feeds into all of this, and that's the Regional Land Transport Plan for the next 10 years. And my question to you is, what would your advice be to this council, opening up on that first statement or reflecting on that first statement of deciding where our ambition lies? What would your message be to this council about that Regional Land Transport Plan? Do we wait for this document to be finalised, or do we reflect on it now and start to think and make our changes right now?
Well, that's a bit of a patsy question, because of course you should act now. What is interesting is we're watching central and local government begin to act. We've seen the business community begin to progress. Smart people are not waiting for the finalisation of some sort of piece of advice. The climate is not waiting for our advice. That I think you should take as read that some of these things are simply writing up the blindingly obvious. It doesn't require a prettier document to be tabled in Parliament to prove the case. The spectrum of ambition that I've occasionally painted in respect of our nationally determined contribution may be relevant. At one point on that spectrum is, should we do as little as we think we can get away with, or should we do as much as we believe our grandchildren will want us to do?
Thank you. And I'm trying to write that down. Member Wilson.
Kia ora koutou. I'm going to really ensure that I keep this pretty simple and is to do more with the process. Thank you, Lisa. You talked about the engagement with iwi Māori, and you outlined some of the examples that had been undertaken. I understood there to be 700 plus in the nature of engagement overall. I wasn't sure, that's my first question, I've got one more. I wasn't sure whether you meant what you were doing currently, including the rural part of Māori, that was a finite amount of engagement. And I'd also like to know whether the expectation is the Commission will do their part of the iwi Māori, you described it as, which I like, value engagement, or whether there's the expectation that will be complemented by each of the individual council doing the same. So I was just trying to see whether that was a one-off on behalf of the Commission, or there's an expectation that would be handed to council.
Kia ora. No, so we have an engagement plan in place which requires further engagement with iwi Māori. So we're engaging through the Pou Taki Ahuarangi, which is the National Iwi Chairs Forum Climate Change Pou. That's one body of engagement, but we recognise that there are iwi who are not members of that. So we're reaching out through networks and through others. We're inviting iwi to connect with us, whether that may be by Zoom, whether that may be being able to cobble iwi into a cluster within a territory, just recognising the COVID environment that we're in and time. So engagement is ongoing. We welcome it, and we'll continue to try and do the best that we can to reach out right across. Also, there's a Māori Climate Network that's in its infancy that's building. The members of that are wider than iwi, so it's out to urban Māori, Māori Council, FOMA and others are part of that building membership of a network of Māori. Because what we do recognise is that this is wider than what iwi can also achieve. It's out into communities, it's out into hapu, into marae. So we'll do the very best we can. You yourself know the difficulties, what you probably have when you've got multiple iwi to engage with. So it is difficult, but we've certainly got a drive to do that and ensure we do it well. In terms of your own engagement with your communities, I'll leave that with you. Yeah.
So just
one other point I would make though is we don't have an end date. The commission is I called it perpetual once and somebody reassured me nothing was perpetual, but we are a commission without an end date, so we need to build enduring relationships across New Zealand with iwi Māori, and we understand that, yes, we've issued a draft report now, but this is one of many processes that we are engaged with. And we need to find the pace and the pattern of engagement with iwi Māori that is valued and valuable both to them and to us, and that will take time. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, all done, go home, write the next report. This is a process that we need to establish. Kia ora.
Thank you. And I guess the kōrero that we have here, you're probably well aware, so that's been helpful, is emphasising precisely those things on simple matters or more complex. So it was in an effort to aid, because it is very complex up here in terms of the iwi dynamics, as you're probably well aware, Lisa. So I was just trying to see how structured it could be, so ourselves as the board would be able to gauge or assist in some way, shape or form to make sure that there are bodies there that they would all feel that they have been engaged, because no doubt Auckland Council always gets that. We didn't get an opportunity. So I guess that's an invitation to feel free to avail yourselves of any of the support that the IMSB can offer to enable that.
Thank you. And I welcome that direct connection back through to the Commission as well, if iwi want to, or hapu want to just contact us as well. We can do Zooms as good as any, but kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation and being here today. I wanted to ask, my first initial response was, I don't see New Zealand as the losers. I see Tuvalu and Kiribati as the losers if we don't get this right as a country and a city. But my concern is about further perpetuating the inequities that exist in our communities with this, because as you point out quite a lot in your reports, not everyone's going to be able to switch over to an electric vehicle. Not everyone has access to public transport. So I wanted to know, does your advice go further into what you put as proactive and targeted support to ensure that lower income and rural households, can access the benefits of EVs, but even further than that, not just about the EVs, but the behaviour change? Is there anything overseas that might help with your advice to government about that behaviour change in minority communities? How do we all go forward together without people being left behind, which sounds like a political slogan?
So there's the environmental impacts, then there is those socio-economic impacts, there's those health determinants. How do we ensure what we're doing is not going to ensure that that's just increasing? So we're well aware of that, and that is within our advice, and I'm quite sure I'm going to hear from those in the primary health sector that maybe our advice isn't strong enough to ensure from a public health perspective we're identifying the impacts that this is going to further have on community. So our advice, if it's not strong enough, we welcome feedback on that. We're very mindful of it, and then it's hopefully adopted by the government, and it's their job to give effect to it. So, but really welcome the feedback.
Jo, do you want
I'll just draw attention to also one particular recommendation we have about local transition planning, enabled by central government, involving councils, involving the communities, so that it's not just a top-down imposed transition, but actually has taking into account the local circumstances of people, and really getting that broader buy-in from the community for the transition. And one of the balances that we have been, or questions we've been asking ourselves as we do this, is produce this draft advice, was, is it ambitious enough? Is it fair and equitable? Can we manage it? Can policy deliver it? All of these things need to go into the mix in terms of those transition plans. And the pace is a really key part of that. If we go too slow, we will not achieve our emissions goals. We won't get there. But too hastily, and we will create an awful lot of disruption for people who cannot afford to change at such a fast rate.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting observation, is the pace of transition determines where there are windfall gains and where there are unavoidable burdens. The faster we try and do this, the more likely it is that those who happen to be in the right place with resources win unexpectedly, and the more likely it is that those unable to change are essentially just bearing a burden that feels like a tax. So the calibration of pace isn't just about go hard, go fast. It is go as fast as you can and as hard as you can, but what matters is to sustain the momentum. That's what's going to get us there. It's not a quick action that is rolled over 3 years later. It is engaging and putting ourselves on a pathway that we can stick to. So impacted communities is important. There is no doubt that jobs in the fossil fuel sector, in the extraction and distribution of coal for combustion locally, in the extraction and distribution of gas through pipelines, and in the fracking of oil into its component parts, those kind of jobs are not all disappearing at Christmas, but there will be reducing employment opportunities and careers in those industries in New Zealand. But there will be brand new jobs created in the bioeconomy, in the development of renewables infrastructure, and in the addition of more efficient devices at the end of those wires, whether they're EVs, e-bikes, heat pumps, solar panels, and on the list will go. So part of this is about signalling a direction of travel that is locked in, that gives business and communities some certainty about what's going to happen next. And that is best achieved if we can depoliticise the pathway by getting the buy-in at central, local, government level and for our communities, that this is something we can do, it's something we should do, and it's something we will do. And then you are right, we need to understand where are the burdens falling on those least able to change and help them through the change. So our advice is on the direction of policy. It doesn't say, write this check to these people, but in the end, that's the nature of the policy that will need to be written.
Thank you. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Rod and Lisa and Joe, for your presentations. And Rod, I won't get lyrical like Councillor Darby did, but the precision of your presentation was really helpful. The fact that in your report you said that this can be done this is achievable and affordable, I think gives us hope, because sometimes it looks a bit dismal. And I think you're right about two things you've just made a comment on: the pace of transition, not too slow because we can't afford it, but go too fast and you'll find that it's not sustainable, and depoliticise the pathway. I think that's incredibly good advice, and thank you for that. My question is really to get you to focus in on how you think we should prioritise our actions. You talked about barriers and enablers, and I'm sure you're aware that the barrier for local government is that local government collectively, every local government in this country collectively spends, raises and spends 7% of public revenue. So therefore the resourcing is at a central level, but also the power is at a central level for a great many things. And you talk about the need to incentivise electric cars. Couldn't agree more, but that's not within our ability, yet we're still seeing 20 electric petrol-driven or diesel-driven SUVs to every one electric car. So in terms of the enablers, you know, we are looking at a compact quality urban form, and I think it's a little unfair to say that we're about sprawl. Two-thirds of all of our consents now are multi-unit dwellings, intensified. It was about 5% 4 or 5 years ago. And that comes back to the pace of transition. When you look around our city, where you were born, you'll just see total transformation, you know, where terrace housing never existed, multi-unit apartments, 39 stories downtown. And the problem is carrying people with you, because the pace of that already is causing, you know, a pushback on us. So we moved a unitary plan that enabled that to happen. And the other thing is about mode change, which we're trying to do as well, but we're right at the edge of our budget on what we can do with things like CRL and the busways and all the other. So given those barriers that we face, and given the fact that we are committing to having zero waste by 2040, we're committed to mode change, we're committed to densification, where is it that we can, within the limits of our budget, be doing a whole lot more, in your opinion?
So helping the community to understand. It's not all about the spending of the money. Some of it is about the coaching and guiding that leaders play in their community. So I'm preaching to the converted, I know. Some of it is about challenging central government, not with their budget, your budget, but challenging their thought processes and decision making. Some of it is about finding the clever things that have been done by other cities that look and feel like they're confronting the same issues as you are, and then importing and adapting and adopting those ideas for New Zealand. We're quite good at that. We search the world, we find stuff, we modify it for our context, and then we get on with it. So I'm not going to profess to have all of the answers, but essentially it is important you keep saying what you're saying. Tell us about the successes as well, because sometimes all we hear is about we can't, we won't, we shouldn't. So reminding us and the community of what has been done, is being done, and how that will change, and not saying how hard it is, but relatively looking back, how proud you are of what's been achieved. I think all of that goes to building that sustainable momentum. The more we allow the narrative of it's too expensive, it's too hard, others are not doing enough, leave us alone, get to us later, the more we let that narrative prevail, then the worse off our children will be. So, yeah, be proud of what you've done, acknowledge the challenge that's ahead, and then lead into it. And you can't do a lot more than that.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for organising this really stimulating. Sometimes council can be a little bit tedious, but this is really great today. You've talked about empowering and enabling, and the Mayor's just spoken, but the way that I see it is we're on a treadmill of obligations as a creature of statute in local government. We acknowledge that we've got, as New Zealand's largest city, we've got particular responsibilities. But I guess my question is, what trumps what? I mean, we have all these statutory obligations. Right at the moment, we're having workshop after workshop after workshop with our obligations under an LTP and what I'm interested in are those strategies that we can actually deploy that will not have us bypass our statutory obligations, but where, what trumps what as we try and understand our role. That's really my question, because so often council is well-intentioned but ineffective. And I think that we've actually got to bypass a lot of what is going on. And I have a second question. I'm not sure who I should address it to, but I believe that Auckland has a very big obligation to try and depoliticise a lot of these issues. So from my own experience from Parliament, it's better not to go and brief this caucus and that caucus, but to bring the Auckland MPs together and to talk to them irrespective of what their party allegiances are. And I would really appreciate your advice on that, and whether we should be working more closely with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment to actually navigate the statutory changes that are going to be necessary in order for us to get off that treadmill of obligations. So, a couple of questions in there.
I'll do trumping, and I'll let these guys do the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Of course, you should talk to Simon. Look, what trumps what? Yeah. Always in a democracy, you have conflicting legitimate claims that compete. The challenge for all of us is that increasingly this climate stuff, we just have to take a responsibility for. And you can use the slightly passionate terminology of the voice of the unborn child. You can describe it as the decade in which we have the last opportunity to make a real difference. You can make the argument that what matters this week matters more than what happens next year. But the science on this stuff is so clear, and the emerging geopolitics of it is going to be so compelling that if you want to know, it won't be a surprise coming from the chair of the Climate Commission, what should dominate your paradigm of thinking, it should be, if we make this decision, are we locking in a capital investment and a pathway that we will regret? Or are we enabling choices for our future that if things go the wrong way, we will have the least regrets about having done? In my insurance background, you come across a few paradigms of thinking, and one is about the probability of ruin. What are the chances that this decision or series of decision is irreversible and devastating? The probability of regret. Payoffs are asymmetrical in that sometimes you get a lot for a little, and sometimes you get a little for a lot. So think about your decisions every time you make them of, what if I'm wrong, what if I'm right? And in climate change, what if it doesn't turn out as bad as we think it is? And we've done all this stuff to live in a healthier, cleaner, greeny, more less vulnerable, more sustainable world. What happens if we didn't need to do all that we did? But what happens if we didn't do what we should have done? And I think that idea of framing things, it's not just a 50-50 toss of the coin. And then finally, I would say that helping people understand is a prerequisite to getting them to engage. And it is interesting when we let the narrative run away with things that are simply not facts, that we set ourselves back. There is nothing in the work of the Commission that says you cannot use your backyard barbecue. There is nothing that says we're going to rip out the pipes that currently support the technology in restaurants for cooking your steak. There is nothing in our advice that says you can't burn coal on your open hearth in those cities that allow you to do it. Right? So let's be careful that the narrative isn't stolen by a group who have a different interest at heart.
And just in response to your question about working with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, I would say that would be best put to the Commissioner. But I would add that working cross-party, working with the different caucuses is a very effective thing to do. I know that there has been the Globe movement, which is MPs across party around the world, and New Zealand has a chapter, and they had been working for a number of years before the zero carbon bill was put to Parliament, and it was a very constructive and effective way to work towards depoliticising the issues.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And today was a tag team with myself and Alec Tang as well, but thank you for saying it's worthwhile, so thank you. Deputy Chair, Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora koutou. Really delighted that you've been able to come along today. The synchronicity is just fantastic, and as you've heard from other councillors, it's just a really engaging session, so thank you. And I think my question has been partly answered by Dr. Carr, because I was going to invite you whether you wanted to do any myth busting, because I know when the draft advice was released, there were a few sectors who were doing a little bit of mischief making and a bit of a beat up, but you probably did quite a good little summary there in response to Councillor Fletcher's question. But was there anything else that you'd like to add in terms of if anyone's got any concerns around the room about having their barbecue confiscated?
I'll do two more. There is an allocation of coal for New Zealand Steel sitting in our budgets out to 2050. So, you know, what we're seeing is a reduction in coal mined and consumed in New Zealand, and we say nothing about coal exports, but petajoules from coal being used in New Zealand declines by 70% by 2035 and 75% by 2050. We do make a recognition that there are hard to abate emissions, and steel making in New Zealand is one of them. We don't assume a new technology. So we are actually meeting with BlueScope after we've had this conversation, which is interesting. The myth busting is that we've kind of got the gun out and we're going out to kill 15% of the flocks and herds in New Zealand. That is actually not true. There is no targeted number of livestock in our advice. What we do say is that if you look at the land use changes that are happening and that would be implied by our carbon budgets and emissions reduction plan, and you consider the wider adoption of the better practices by farmers across New Zealand, then you will get a 13% reduction in biogenic methane by 2030, and you'll be able to maintain meat and milk production volumes at current levels, and consistent with that, you'll see 15% less animals. It's not a target for a reduction of headcount, it is a target to reduce biogenic methane emissions.
Thanks for that. And if I could just add, you've really given us a lot of food for thought in terms of what will go into our submission. But one thing that I really grabbed onto was an earlier comment about the need for us to understand the enablers and the barriers. And I think that's probably, if that's a fair summary of just one of the key things that we should focus on, because we do have our climate plan, we have our targets which are more aggressive. We have lots of strategies and ways to get there, but perhaps that's something that we really need to particularly focus on.
Yep.
So thank you.
Councillor Philippine.
Kia ora koutou katoa, moa koutou mahi. So thank you for the work that you've done. I want to ask some questions, and there won't be that many, but it's on your annual report, 9 December 19 to 30th June 2020, because there are some aspects in there that I just wanted to question. But my first question is to you, Dr. Carr. Did you say earlier that the Commission itself is at the moment on a never-ending cycle?
Can you just confirm that there is no end date to the Commission?
Correct. There is no end date to the Commission, although we can be snuffed out by parliamentary action at any time.
No, I agree. It's just like ties. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like ties. They can be snuffed out as well. So look, also your vision, the outcomes framework that is in that annual report, and the strategic objectives. Now, it's interesting, and I was just having a look at the strategic objectives of building infrastructure, connecting and performing, and there's a mention here of te mahere whakamua, and that's the Māori Pacific work stream. I'll be interested in the intervening time from June 2020 to now, how that work stream is going. And this is in light of Member Wilson's question earlier around the engagement with Māori. So that's, and I've got about 2 more questions in, but they're very, very quick.
Okay.
Do you know the Pacific engagement?
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for raising that. The way that we're hoping to reach out into communities, so firstly we've probably likely prioritised to ensure iwi have their voice heard in terms of the treaty obligations we have within our legislation. One of the pieces of work that the team are looking at is how do we reach out to other communities, and I mentioned the Climate Network. That is not just a Māori focus. I understand the network also has a focus on Pacific and other nations who are impacted by New Zealand's climate change approach, but also those within our communities existing already who may not be having a voice in this climate change space. So it's a work in progress, and actually I'll raise that back with our team internally so that we can come back to you and let you know what is in our planning over the next 6 months to ensure that the Pacific voice has come through in our work. Kia ora.
Ka pai. So, no, kia ora for that. Another question is on page 12 of your annual plan, and you've got a heading here, we have taken opportunities to proactively provide advice to the Minister and the government, including. Now, in there, you mentioned 6 principles, which I love, with the 6 principles, but the paragraph that followed the 6 principles was, these principles have been well received and have been picked up by the ministers and others and used to help shape thinking about recovery investments. Have they picked it up, or have they just said to you, oh man, we love the words and done nothing? That's why when I see something like that, look, oh, they've, well received. It's basically saying, oh, nah, look, thanks very much, but nah, it's all good. So I just wanted to sort of see whether in the intervening time again, that they have been received and enacted on, please.
I'm going to answer a piece of that. I love the question, by the way, and I'll let Joe say something. So the first thing is that they were well received, and were they as influential as we would like? No. So if we look at the $2.5 billion worth of shovel-ready project funding that was approved, and it was largely in that sense that we wrote the letter to the decision-making ministers at the time and said, as you roll out these shovel-ready projects to stimulate economic activity as a response of the slowdown from COVID, please look at them using these principles. And if we look at that $2.5 billion of shovel-ready projects, I think there were like 150 projects funded. About 500 million we could sort of tick a climate action box for, so 20%, pushing for more. And if we looked at that, and I can't remember the exact numbers, but about half of it related to enabling infrastructure for mobility, right? There's quite a chunk. The challenge is you could say tick the box, it was all about bikes. The trouble is a lot of it was recreational cycleways rather than, and you've got to be careful here, recreational cycleways are a gateway to getting behaviour change, but actually you need the enabling infrastructure to get to school and to get to work from home. Those are the journeys which will displace emissions. I love the rail trail. I've done it 5 times, but it didn't replace a single piece of emitted carbon for me. So I think, can we do more? Yes. Can we do better? Yes. Should we do it more often? Yes. Should every decision that is made by central and local government and the private sector be looked at through those 6 principles? In my view, yes.
I'll just add to that the Commission has a monitoring role. So we're producing advice this year, and then we will be coming back to monitor progress towards the budgets and the emissions reduction plans year on year on year. So looking at those principles, seeing if they are being applied, and then calling out progress or lack of will be something that we will be moving into in the coming year.
Just one comment then, Chair, and that's it. Look, thank you again. Obviously, I haven't gone through the whole of the draft, but I'll leave that to the staff to do. And then for the recommendation up there that the Chair, the Deputy Chair and Independent Māori Statutory Board member end up approving for us. So thank you. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
Yeah. Can I do one more myth busting before we leave?
There are still 2 more questions. But I'm happy for the myth busting to come now.
One of the myths is we contribute so little it doesn't matter. Right? I'm sure that you've confronted that in your own conversations and conversations around the barbecue. Let me answer it the way I would like us to think about this. New Zealand has 0.06 of 1% of the world's population. We are little. We emit 0.17% of all global emissions. That's 3 times our share of the population. Historically, we have been attributed 0.3 of 1% of all the carbon dioxide that is in the atmosphere having been emitted since the Industrial Revolution. That is 5 times our population. If we took all of our agricultural emissions out of our emissions profile and left all of China's manufacturing in their profile, our emissions would still be twice theirs per capita. We are among the richest nations in the world, and we have access to technologies that, should we choose to, we can reduce our emissions. This is indeed a choice we are making. We can afford it, and arguing that because we're little, we won't make a difference would have meant that every New Zealander who ever fought in any war wasted their effort, because clearly we were never going to make that much difference. We need to do the right thing and role model for 100 small countries that look like us, that being little does not get you out of jail free. But being little and taking action reassures others that they too can take meaningful action. And those 100 little countries are 1/3 of global emissions.
Very good point. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, kia ora koutou to all of you. I represent West Auckland, so I'm very happy to see in your urban form chapter that we should be prioritising areas of South Auckland and West Auckland for transport where it's been underinvested in. So that's good. But, you know, as we see, I guess my question is around, one is, when you talk about, for example, that example of the gas, and everybody goes crazy about, you know, I want to cook with gas and I want my barbecue. You can give very sensible advice. But sometimes governments will go the full hog, which, you know, that's, they want to do the right thing, but often you have these funny little unintended consequences. What's your advice to government around that sort of approach, that let's mop up the biggest amount of things we can that'll make the biggest difference, when you're looking at laws, you know, that then often kind of then put people offside, making laws that are really going to bring everybody on board, you know, that don't niggle those little things that creates a big, huge conversation that then talks about let's not do anything. I guess that's the sort of question, because it's the same thing around, you know, and often that, you know, when you're talking about one thing, nothing is in isolation, is it? You know, we build way out at the end of, you know, the region. So if you look at our NPS on urban development, you know, it's a lot of it is about using sprawl and greenfields. So that's not making sense anymore. So in light of your report, so I guess it's kind of like, how do you advise that, you know, gives that advice to kind of almost counsel a government?
So partly it's making sure that the advice that we give is not mischievously misrepresented, right? And that was this myth-busting thing, is you are still going to be able to get even LPG to fire your barbecue in 2035, right? But I expect by 2035 there will be a biogas technology which is widely available to power your barbecue, and that will contribute to a 30-year cycle of carbon sequestration and use, right? So instead of letting the narrative run away with they won't let me use my gas barbecue, we should say that's not what the advice was. And by the way, why wouldn't you want that technology if it was available? What we do say is we've got to stop putting capital, which is scarce in New Zealand, into infrastructure that is either going to be used to justify emissions in the future, like gas pipes to new subdivisions. We've got to say that capital should not be invested in that way, because the minute you put that pipe in with a 50-year life, you will have all the people who buy the appliances and plug them in advocating that they should be allowed to continue to draw gas. And we are saying the pipes that are in are still going to have gas flowing through them. The largest source of the reduction in petajoules of gas is because we assume Methanex goes away in 2030. And we assume that because largely Methanex have said they will.
Perfect. And last question, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that analogy to the war, because I think that's a very good one, because if you actually look at the Second World War, New Zealand, for a little country, had a disproportionately meaningful impact in important aspects of that war. If we take the air crews, for instance, when New Zealand had a disproportionately high number of individuals who made up the key positions in those air crews, and that air war was very significant in the outcome of the war. So I see the same comparative in the whole climate change issue. And I just wonder, my question is, given that in many respects we have a receptive population, our response to COVID-19 has shown that, if we compare that on a world level. In Auckland Council as a whole, we ask our people to make voluntary water savings. We've been incredibly successful in that. When people cast various aspersions on whether there'll be a response to that. How effective then, given that you've told us, and I agree, Auckland matters a lot, and things like transport matter a lot in Auckland, how effective, sitting on the outside, do you think we've been in that very important communication with our own people to start change in behaviours now, given that you mentioned that the big technological changes will be in the second half of the century, given that a lot of things could, relatively low cost or no cost things to people, could be happening today. How effective do you think we and the government, but let's stick with Auckland Council, have been in communicating those small but significant behavioural changes people could be making very now, receptive people could be making right at this instant?
Well, I think it's going to help if we're all on the same page. If you think about the COVID response, part of the diagnosis has yet to come about why it happened, how it happened, and why we were as compliant as it appears we were. But one thing is clear, is there was pretty clear communication about what the expectation was, and an explanation by those who were seen as independent, and a recognition that we weren't going to get it all right all the time, but that wasn't a good reason for not trying to do the best we could. So I think there are always going to be parts of any population that are unable to be persuaded. And to some extent, we have to live with that and not allow that narrative to dominate the will and mind of the 2/3 that really matter. So I think I'm not going to sit in judgment on what you guys have done to date. Should New Zealand have done more sooner? Yeah, it would have been a heck of a lot easier if we'd started this gig 30 years ago. Imagine the assets that we would have spent our money on, that we would now be pleased we had spent our money on. Imagine if we kicked this can down the road for another decade and the regret that we could face then.
I might just add to that. We've been having discussions with groups on how do you get behaviour change. And one of the themes that comes out quite strongly is about it's more than communicating to people that they need to change. It's actually about enabling that change and removing the barriers and understanding. This is where some of that localised attention is needed, understanding what's going on in the local community that means that people find it difficult to make the change or haven't got options to make the change. So it needs to be thought about in a much bigger context.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Thank you very much, members of the committee. I thought that was a really fantastic discussion, really good questions, and honestly, it's fantastic to have all three of you here, quite accidentally on this day, but it's been very, very valuable and gives us a lot of food for thought. I will just, and I had other questions, but I won't ask them, but my one question that I probably should ask is around what is the, I'm going to say what kind of feedback do you want, but what feedback do you want from us? What is going to stand out? What do you need from us? We could write pages and pages. We could send you Te Tarakia Tawhiri, our climate plan, and you would then say thanks, another couple hundred pages of writing. What is going to be the most effective feedback from us, especially when you say Auckland matters a lot and we can't do this without Auckland? So we want to do our best in partnership with you.
There are some specific recommendations about the relationship between central and local government. So I would task you to go and actually focus on, are they specific enough? Are they actionable? Are they measurable, so that we would be able to pass judgment in 2 or 3 years' time as to whether a government that had said they were going to work with alongside and enable local government to play its part, how would we know that we could say they had or they hadn't achieved that? So focus on those, because those are directed at the kind of decision rights and responsibilities that local government has in this. So please focus on them, because that's where your expertise is. You also, because of transport, must look at the transport recommendations and say, are they reducing barriers? Are they creating enabling instruments? What kind of change might we reasonably expect in this context? Because if we go to Wellington and they say they've got an assumption of a 40% mode shift, that may be true, it may not be true, but it is unique to the setting of Wellington. And the same way, if we go out to the West Coast and we ask how many people who currently drive are going to jump on a bus, the answer is going to be very, very different. So context matters for mobility, because mobility is inherently local. We have a very small mode shift for kilometre tonnes of freight, like 4% over the next 15 years. So we're not doubling down on all the trucks going to rail. But transport matters for Auckland, and local government is your thing. So those would be the areas I'd say please, double down on.
Am I allowed to leave one thing with you? We actually don't have public buses on the West Coast. You're lucky to find a taxi. But just when iwi do their planning, they're thinking 50 years out, 100 years out. The Ngāi Tahu Whakatauki mō tātou a mō ka uri a muri aki nei is that all of our decisions at a governance level are with us in mind today, with our children in mind, but for our children yet to come. So whatever we do, the decisions we take today, what impact is that going to come, or what impact will that have on the children that are yet to come? And our focus and our decision making is made through that lens. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. It was a perfect mihi to end on, so thank you very much. Because it's not a normal situation to have you here, we won't officially approve thanks until the end of the item, but I just maybe a quick round of applause for all the work and for coming here today. So. And we will, members of the committee will take 5-ish minutes to take a toilet break or a drink break, or just to say thank you in person to the Climate Change Commission. So thank you again. We almost have everyone back to the table. Matthew and Alec, first of all, thank you so much for hooking us up with the Climate Change Commission and organising that. It was very advantageous that they were here today, but I think it was very valuable, and I'm sure it helped you and Matthew with writing notes for the submission process. So thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Matthew Blakey, Principal Specialist Climate Mitigation within the Chief Sustainability Office, and I'm joined by Alec Tang, Auckland Council's Chief Sustainability Officer. Before we start, I'd like to say thank you to the Chair, Deputy Chair and Chief Executive of the Climate Change Commission for their time today. Thank you. The reason we're here to present to you is to seek authority for delegated sign-off of our submission on the Climate Change Commission's draft advice to government. We are currently reviewing the draft advice. We have not yet started preparing our submission. We have a workshop scheduled for tomorrow with members of Auckland Council and CCOs to gain input for our submission. So in summary, I'd like to just outline the framing in which we're considering our submission. So there are a number of key areas of focus. So firstly, we will be looking at the Climate Change Commission's draft advice to understand the alignment between the Commission's draft advice and Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan. Where there are differences between the advice and our own climate plan, we will be considering why and looking into that. The extent to which the Commission's draft supports Auckland's climate goals is clearly central to how we will be looking at the advice, and we've heard about the reason for that this morning. We know through the development of Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan, that central government policies and interventions will be required for Auckland to achieve its climate goals. We therefore need to look at this very closely to understand if there are any gaps, if there are any areas in which recommended policies and interventions perhaps don't go far enough, in our opinion. So we need to ask the question, does the draft advice recommend policies and interventions that will adequately support Auckland to deliver on its climate goals? The overall direction of the submission will be informed by Auckland Council's climate change commitments. We've already made those, they are clear and have already been stated. We will also be looking at previous relevant consultation submissions, such as Auckland Council's submission on the Climate Change Response Zero Carbon Amendment Bill, where we clearly stated positions on climate. In terms of the timeframes and opportunity for elected member input, as is often the case with government submissions, timeframes are tight. So we are here today on the 11th of February. By the 23rd of February, we are proposing that a draft submission is circulated to all elected members. And we are proposing that by the 2nd of March, there is a deadline for elected members to provide feedback for it to be considered for incorporation into the final submission. On the 10th of March, we are proposing that the submission is signed off by delegated elected members. The consultation window closes on the 14th of March, which is a Sunday. The 19th of March, we will be circulating the submission to all elected members, the final submission. Within those timeframes, there is obviously opportunity for local board input. We have communicated with all 19 iwi chairs to flag the opportunity for input into our submission, and also flag the opportunity for iwi chairs to provide to produce their own submission if they so wish. And we've also sent a memo to the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum flagging the opportunity for input into the submission. That is my final slide. Would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Matthew. Member Wilson.
Kia ora, thank you very much. I'm looking to see on the timeline, rather than verbally listening, where the close-off date for mana whenua submissions would fit there, rather than we're just flagging it to them. I think there's been many occasions where I've indicated you need more to do more than flag or send an email, given the nature of the support that was given Te Taruki a Tāwhiri. So I would expect to see in there some timing around mana whenua submissions. I would also expect to see some measure of potentially technical support that would be provided to ensure there was meaningful input into something that's quite complex, as we've discovered through this committee. So can you advise me if those can be progressed, please?
So through the chair, to answer the first part of your question, the timeframes you see there are a condensed version. There is a longer version which clearly identifies the 9th of March being the date in which mana whenua input can be provided to be appended to council submission. So that provides an opportunity for that to be appended as it is presented. And that applies to both the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum, but also to all 19 iwi as well. The communication has gone out to. In terms of the measure of technical support, the second part of your question, when you mention that, when you speak to the measure in terms of how that technical support will be inputted into the submission, just to clarify what exactly is meant by that.
It's meant that clearly for mana whenua to A, be advised, and C, have access to the ability to put submission, that they would need to understand the nature of what that submission may be based on, what council's doing. All those sorts of things take some measure of technical support to enable that to happen quite quickly, as it does with other submissions that have been.
Member Wilson, if I just jump in, obviously, and you may or may not have seen the note I sent out this morning, always happy and welcome to provide that input and advice to mana whenua. We are a team of now 6 people, where we were 10, 11 people a couple of years ago when we started this process. So our ability to respond is affected in that way. The door is always open, and I'm always happy to have that conversation directly with mana whenua. We have also, as Matthew noted, provided the similar outreach through the forum as well.
Thank you for that. I heard no from the kōrero, and that there's a is that a yes or a no in terms of the support that was being sought?
I'm happy to answer that. The answer will be we are not able to resource, for example, 19 iwi in this time frame individually. We will not be able to resource that technically. We will provide our own draft of the submission, and if any of them wish to call or contact us, we will certainly try and explain that, but we do not have resources to provide full technical support to iwi.
So just one final, I guess, when we refer to Taruki a Tāwhiri, I'm not sure how that applies to what's being sought here, which is equitable access to information to allow submission. So I would leave that there as a query through you, Mr. Chair. If we are continuing to refer to this through at least 3 items that has a te ao Māori on there, there's a bit of a disconnect on how that's actually enabled. And we've been talking about empowering and enabling. So I'll leave that as a query and also leave that as a query for our Secretariat to see what is being provided. Everything, just one more point, everything is always on a tight time frame. So that provides no comfort whatsoever. And lack of resource, you're talking about your own staff, whereas I'm talking about iwi that always have little in the way of resource. I see that as no excuse whatsoever for providing something that is pretty basic if you're wanting to input into these things. I would have accepted potentially something in the way of the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum if you were shot, but no, there's nothing. I think that's unacceptable.
We will definitely take that feedback on and find out what more we can provide in the government's timeframe to get the submission in. Thank you, Member Wilson. Member Wilcox.
One's a short one. Elected members also includes IMSP members, does it not?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I'm a little bit confused about. I'm just looking at item 8, where it says the draft advice for consultation, because there's no draft that I can find here. So, are we only commenting on those 5 points, 4 points? Because what I wanted to talk about was, yeah, so it's number 8, draft advice for consultation. So you just want us to talk about the biogenic methane, whether the nationally determined contribution is compatible, the first emissions reduction plan, which I've been trying to Google, I can't find it. Is that in that? It's not in the.
So through the chair, point 8 there in the item on the agenda, that's the structure of the draft advice.
Right,
so
but we can put anything we like in?
We can put anything we like in. The Climate Change Commission has outlined their 6 big issues, and there's a question relating to each of those, and there's 24
good. So
questions.
what then? Okay, well, I think I'm relevant then. So it's talking about the built form, which was alluded to that, to me, I don't think the NPS urban development statement is actually relevant. It doesn't actually deliver on this because it's talking a lot about sprawl and greenfields. And so how do we address that in this? Because if we've got a national policy statement that's saying, no, it's fine, just keep spreading out, how is that going to meet our targets if we're not, and we're forced into, reflecting that in what we do? I suppose roundabout way, how does this subcommittee and you put that in there that says, look, if we really want to meet these, we need to have that statement directing us rather than letting us and allowing all over the country to just do whatever they like, basically. We can still sprawl, we're not concentrating our development. Those are the things that I'm concerned about, because that's really long term. What we invest in now, if we keep doing that, it condemns us to continuing to do that and then having to provide the public transport, which we don't have the money for, all of those sorts of things. So is it relevant to reflect those concerns in there? Because that's one of the things that the Climate Change Commission has brought up, isn't it? The built form, and also the Auckland issue, which we've got a big issue of still spreading out.
So although our submission is not yet prepared or written, I certainly expect that to be an area of focus. Thank you.
No, and if I know we got a lot of information yesterday come through, but at 11:45 yesterday, so the 2 attachments that Suad sent out there, one of the attachment is the consultation questions that the Commission want us to answer, which might help narrow some of what we give as feedback. And there's obviously the draft advice, which is 180 pages, but you might not have had a chance.
All due respect, Mr. Chair, when we get that stuff and then we're in a meeting all day, and then we've got things to do after that on council business, how do we read that stuff in full? I'm just saying. So that's why I'm kind of a bit confused, because I haven't had time to do all that.
No, absolutely. And I was just saying, for future reference, while it's we'll be asked for our own individual feedback. Normally, a process would be that a draft would come to this committee, but because of the government's timeframes, we don't have time. That's why, yeah. Good, thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Will you work with Auckland Transport to give this submission a transport focus?
Through the chair, so currently all CCOs are involved and attending the workshop tomorrow, so I certainly expect to be working with Auckland Transport and our transport strategy team to give the submission a strong transport focus.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, not here. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. that was just a really engaging session with Dr. Carr and his colleagues, and so thank you for whatever went on behind the scenes to make that happen. And also I thought the questions, wasn't really a dud question amongst everyone around the table, which and it just drew out some really good things and responses that I'm hoping we'll be able to capture to feed into the submission as well. So I guess my question is, and particularly I was interested in what we were hearing about the opportunity to set out what we see the enablers and the barriers are, particularly around the government policy and what we need from government. So I just wanted, so my question is, do you see that we can do that within the submission and capture some of that really juicy content that we had out in that session? I think that was kind of kicked off by Councillor Newman's question, and lots of different issues came out in terms of particularly what the barriers are. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Newman. Oh, sorry. I thought you looked at me as a...
Through the Chair, as pointed out by Dr. Rodcar, and I would certainly agree that that should be a strong focus of our submission. For those of you that may not have seen the questions yet, question 8 of the specific questions relates to central and local government working in partnership, and they put forward a enabling recommendation for that. So there is a specific question we can respond to and that we can capture the discussion today, but also look at that more specifically in terms of elements of council, elements of the region where actually specific interventions, partnerships need to be put in place. So I would think that would be a strong focus for our work going forward for the submission. Yeah.
The clarification just about how we're going to have input from other stakeholders into our own submission. There's interest from the advisory panels as well. I know particularly the Deputy Mayor and the Rural Advisory Panel. How's that going to work in terms of the timeline and how we can take on board that feedback?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, it's a really good point, and obviously this whole topic is of lots of interest to a whole bunch of different advisory panels. We're just working through exactly how and what is the most appropriate format to capture and integrate where practicable through that. I would say and reiterate that the importance here is people having their say. I mean, obviously we are providing a submission as council, but there are lots of different groups that have different perspectives, and for them to have their say directly to the Commission is really important as well.
Councillor Newman.
Chapter 4B of the Commission's feedback to government sets this matter out, and there must be a poultice of information and research that the Council has to justify the objectives and policy statement of the Auckland Unitary Plan, the RPS provisions. Central government's direction is completely at variance with that. So in our submission, we will need to address that palpable disconnect between where we're trying to go and where the government is going, because it's in a completely different direction. We're going up and in, the government is just going all over the place. So do you have any empirical evidence to support that the costs involved with this urban sprawl that government is promoting, what the impact of that would be in terms of the higher emissions, the cost, and can you capture that concisely for that submission? Because that, to me, is at the nub of what we need to be addressing. We don't have the money to fund the transformation, you know, to a low emissions world. Wish we did. We have got a little bit of money, but we don't have much. But we do have some planning tools. But to me, those planning tools are being eviscerated by a central government planning focus, which is going in the opposite direction. So can you capture that? Because we need to address the cost of that in our submission.
Through the Chair, we'll certainly be looking to flag tensions in our submission, and the example you've given is a good one. Tensions between, for example, existing policy, whether that be central government policy or otherwise, and the Climate Change Commission's advice. Also, tensions between central government policy and perhaps regional policy. Where we have evidence to support a position, we will of course be providing that or pointing towards it. In terms of your particular points around the costs involved in urban sprawl and the implications on emissions, we are looking to draw on areas of council that have that expertise, such as the Chief Economist Unit, our transport strategy team. We're looking at emissions modelling work that we've done to pull together all the evidence and knowledge we have in these areas. So we will be presenting that and providing it to the Commission in the best way we can, assuming that we have that evidence.
I think that you're being too nuanced. It's more than a tension. It's a direct cost that falls on some of the least resilient communities, certainly the council, and the government isn't picking up the tab for this. So it needs to be a cost that the minister is going to quantify. The cost of the urban sprawl, we need to be saying that firstly, the direction that the Commissioner is saying is correct, and we support that. We're trying to give effect to that, but the direction that government is setting in terms of greenfields urban sprawl is wrong, and it's expensive, and we need to declare that. It needs to be a declaratory statement in our submission. It's more than a tension, because we can always live with tensions in our lives, but we actually need to quantify those costs and say to government, this is why you're wrong.
Just to clarify, yes, we know we have some costs, and particularly in relation to infrastructure and greenfield. So yes, we can mould that in with the work the team's doing. Yep.
And on what Councillor Newman is saying, because you obviously have to write the submission based on our current plans and policies that we've already passed, you can't. Would you be able to talk about how the Climate Commission's advice to government is at odds with their plans? Or seems to be, because it would also be in odds with our Auckland plan and Auckland unitary plan, some of what they say.
Yeah, I think that goes to the point that the Commissioner made, and I think Councillor Cooper's made, about making sure we articulate the barriers, and that is a barrier.
Thank you. Member Wilcox.
Yes, sorry, look, I hadn't really understood this paper. But I'm going down to number 7, and it's in relation to Megan's response that actually we just don't have the staff. And number 7 is genuine, active and enduring partnership with iwi Māori. I'm not familiar with section 263. But I mean, there's a real case there for advocating on behalf of the council or on behalf of iwi, that actually saying it and doing it are two different things. And like Councillor Newman, someone's got to stump up with the cost. And like you said, you've been reduced from 10 to 6. There again shows that we just can't afford to do this. So is our submission going to reflect this? That unless government stumps up, we're kind of just saying the words but not able to produce the goods.
If I just jump in, look, yes, of course there are things that we need central government to do, and I think that was talked about quite a bit in the session with the Commissioner. I think often, and actually in the draft, sorry, this goes into the draft advice a little bit, but what the draft advice doesn't have, and something that I feel we should talk about more, is the cost of inaction. Is the fact that this isn't like we don't do this and it's okay, we carry on and the world's good. If we don't take action, then actually the costs of repairing the flood damage, the storm damage, all those kind of things, they all stack up. So that needs to be part of our submission, part of the discussion as well. So just to talk about one side, which, it's great, the Commission sees it as an affordable option, but actually the cost of not doing it as well needs to play in.
Yeah, and I understand that completely. But if you've got a partner that can't engage because they don't have the technical advice, I mean, the partnership is kind of not a partnership. And I think it's really important to bring that out. Because, like I said, like we heard, you've dropped from 10 to 6. we can't supply the technical, we may not be able to supply the technical advice they require to understand this. Like I said, I haven't read it, so I don't understand it completely myself. So how are we going to kind of do that in our submission? Because I think that's what I'd be looking for, is to say, well, we're unable to do this, we may not be able to do what you're requiring unless you provide the resources. Because it's always the case, the government makes the rules and then the council's paying.
Apologies. I think that's a valid point that we can make in the submission.
I think it's also in the this is us commenting on the advice to government's partnership, so that it's also about ensuring that we agree with that they are going to do this, which inevitably that also includes us. But yeah. Councillor Walker.
A couple of things. I've certainly been familiarising myself with, what's going on here, and there may be other, and no doubt other councillors. I'd very much like to put some feedback in well before the 23rd of February, because we've just got an incredibly tight time frame. So I just put to you, Mr. Chair, it would be desirable to have a process that enables as many of us to engage as possible. I toss that in. The other concern that I've got, and this is a suggestion and it goes to resourcing. The first gestation of the Council's Climate Action Plan was done collaboratively. There was a phenomenal amount of technical expertise that we tapped into in the wider community. Given the circumstance we've got, we're across council, we've sometimes got units like the sustainability unit that are massively under-resourced. We need to have a different way of doing things. The preparedness around that needs to be thought through in advance, identifying people. People will help. There are technical people that will help. It's just a matter of protectising them, going out, identifying who they are, and many of these people are already up to speed. I could make some suggestions around some people, no doubt others can, so that we can actually deliver on stuff, but not be constrained by the resources of our council. It goes not only to this issue, but a whole range of issues. So I make that as a suggestion.
Definitely as a point, but I'm not sure it's a question for Matthew and Alec. And
the question is, can we do that?
Well, my answer is that we have, through the emergency budget, put a hold on FTE, and they've had Sarah and Nita, a number of staff that were working on this, have left, and they aren't allowed, by virtue of the emergency budget at this point, to employ numbers of staff as quick as we'd like to. That's across the whole of council, because we've asked the council to save $120 million.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, when we had the first gestation of the Climate Action Plan, we had 1.5 FTEs. So, basically, I helped put together a structure that identified hundreds of additional FTEs to deal with the problem. There are people out there that can help that go beyond our own FTEs across a number of things, and it's just a matter of how we tap into that. And I know some people may shrug and despair, but that's what we've got to do.
It's very operational, and I know that personal conversations with the team, they wish they had more resource, but they cannot control that. Maybe Megan could answer.
Look, I just think, let's just remember, this is advice being given to government and we're being asked to comment on it. The technical matters, there's a whole bunch of technical material in that the Commission has done. In this particular case, we don't have to redo that or do any particular technical analysis beyond like we are doing for modelling and other things which we continue to do for transport and other parts of our business here in council. So the focus here is to read and understand, and clearly we need some expertise on that, and then to try and capture council's positions, questions or comments around the advice being given. So while that is useful, and of course we can talk to others, it may not be required from a technical matter in the same way as other parts and other submissions and documents have been in the past. So this is slightly different, but I thank you for your advice around that. That's helpful.
Yeah, and we can only base the staff can only base our submissions on subject matter from our previous plans and previous policies that we've already approved as a council. They can't choose new information out of nowhere. Are there any other questions on this one? Member Wilson.
Sorry, it may be that suffering from a little bit of confusion as to what was being sought. So if I can just make sure that that was well understood. I understand the need for the submission. I understand that the submission is coming from Auckland Council. I understand that the Commission itself has provided guidelines. I understand that some of those guidelines are in the form of a question, a consultation question, and they're listed here. What my question was, which led to the technical, there's a question in there that's highly unlikely that Auckland Council would be able to answer. That is, genuine, active and enduring partnership with iwi Māori, section 2.6.3. Then it's got underneath it, do you support enabling recommendation 3? How does Council answer that? Because it goes towards, even if you did it separately as an iwi, that would inform. So it's not because it's technical, it's someone that does the writing as was offered in terms of the long-term plan and the like, because it pertains to a specific question that I'm assuming may or may not be answered in the Council's submission. I would think that's not a question that could be answered adequately, or it may be omitted, worse. So there's two opportunities, one would assume, for iwi Māori to have input into the council submission specifically around that question, and therefore iwi could also do a separate one. It's supporting the notion thereof. That was the nature of my question. It's not technical. It is someone that does the writing based on the words that come out of your mouth, which is what has been happening for the last 2 or 3 years. I did not accept no for an answer because it has been done before, and it's specific to consultation questions that have been posed and recommended by the Commission. That's the nature of why I was advocating for what I was advocating for.
To that, I suppose, of course we would like that input, and that's the offer that's been made. And as I said, if it involves me sitting down, when I have time, which I will make time, to come and have that conversation directly with iwi chairs, or with Mana Whenua, Kaitaki Forum, we're having that discussion about their availability, then of course we will do that.
Mayor Goff.
Yeah, just briefly, there's a long list of consultation questions here that I guess you're going to be focused on because that creates the structure for you to answer. But I think somewhere in it, we've got to pick up some of what Rod Carr said about the Auckland context. I might be telling you to suck eggs, sorry if I am, but just how important Auckland is. And the other thing that he said that we actually don't do very often, we sit and moan and bitch that we don't have the resources, but we never tell our story about what we are doing. And, we can say there may be stuff in the National Policy Statement that would take us beyond what we believe is appropriate in terms of sprawl, having regard for the fact that things like Drury are in our Auckland Unitary Plan and catered for. But, just how far Auckland has come, and that in the context of not going too slow, but also understanding what people are absorbing in terms of a whole change in their lifestyle. We've moved from the quarter-acre section to the fifth-acre section to 2/3 of our stuff being apartments and terrace housing. I just think we need to create some of the context about what we are doing, and then obviously the context of how important Auckland is, the context of how important transport is to Auckland, and then his thing about the advocacy. There are things we can't do but are vital to what we want, such as the incentivisation of electrification of our car fleet. What I'm really worried about is that if we go through the structure of 24 separate questions, it becomes a very technical document, and what we have to do is put the politics into it and the stuff that we can then take out to the public and say, this is what we're asking for, this is what we're already doing, and this is why we need the help. So, maybe through you, Mr. Chairman, we do need that. It's not just a technical submission, please, because it'll be buried and nobody will ever notice it. It needs to have the political context, particularly around the importance of Auckland, particularly around the importance of transport, and actually what we have done and where we need government help to do more on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, sorry, a process issue. We had decided that we would not grill staff, that we would go through you, and I just noticing, a lot of stuff about, we haven't got enough resources. Well, it's not the staff's fault, and so we're kind of putting it on them, and I notice a discomfort from our staff having that happen. So I just ask, Mr. Chair, that we revert to what we decided, which was to speak through you and give that advice.
Yes, thank you. And this is focus on questions, and then as we go into the debate, the staff will move away from the table, but we have got into a bit of
the thing is, we're
comment.
getting into comment and criticism.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cooper. Are there any other questions on the submission process? Cool. Well, thank you, Alec. Thank you, Matthew. I'll move the recommendations, which are... I just can't see them. Yeah. Delegate authority to the Chair, Deputy Chair, and an independent Māori Statutory Board member to approve Auckland Council's submission on the Climate Change Commission's draft advice to Government. Note that the final submission will be provided to the Environment and Climate Change Committee for information. Thank Dr. Rod Carr, Chair, Climate Change Commission, Lisa Tumahai, Deputy Chair, Climate Change Commission, and Joe Hendy, CEO of Climate Change Commission, for their attendance. I probably didn't need to read all that out. Apologies. Councillor Coombe will second. Are there anyone who would like to speak to the item? Thank you. So all those in favour? Those opposed? Thank you very much. And now we have Auckland Transport, after waiting so patiently. Oh, apologies, and we also missed extraordinary business. Is there any extraordinary business today? No, there is not. Yeah. Cool. Greg and... Yes. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
I thought there was the matter of the Rahui on Waiheke, and we were giving, some of us saw it as a matter of extraordinary urgency.
Apologies, Councillor Fletcher, that may have just come to Councillor Coombe and I. There was a discussion from staff that it didn't fit the criteria, so it will have to come to governing body, just with the time.
So just for 2 weeks, we'll put it on to governing body in 2 weeks' time. It's still within the submission time frame, so we will still meet the fisheries requirements there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we have our CCO quarterly update, and that's where we're hoping that each CCO, and thankfully Auckland Transport has agreed to come to us to present what they are doing in the climate change space. So I have Greg and Kathy, if you would like to introduce yourselves and your roles, and then your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Greg Nelson, Head of Transport Sustainability at Auckland Transport.
I'm Dr. Kathy Biebelman, the Environmental Specialist for Auckland Transport.
And we can't compete with Dr. Rod Carr, so expectations have been set quite high. Yeah, won't even try, and we're just before your lunch as well, so just bear with us. Today, what we're going to talk to, we'll be very specific about the scope here. So there'll be two bits. Kathy in a moment will talk about environment, what we're doing around water quality, greening the network, biodiversity and waste minimisation. My area around climate change, I'm going to focus specifically around our corporate and network operations. And network operations are street lights, public transport facilities, emissions from renewals in our construction projects, and some of the climate change risk work that we're doing. Now you'll see the not covering there. That is because there's already been lots of discussions within the planning committee about RLTP funding, and I'm definitely well aware of last week's discussions, and we've got a very long list of questions from councillors to be responded to. So we're not trying to avoid that topic, but for today we want to keep the scope in the specific area. There may be questions at the end, which we're happy to answer around the areas that we're not covering. But just to be clear, we're keeping it relatively contained because we know there's conversations happening elsewhere which are more appropriate forums. So with that, I'll hand over to Kathy.
Thank you. I want to just cover briefly and at a high level the breadth of environmental work that Auckland Transport is involved in and where we're heading with that. Looking at water, our biodiversity, our green infrastructure, our waste minimisation primarily at this point. Focusing first on the plan that we've in progress of developing. An environmental action program is looking to establish targets in 5 main areas, and we're looking to establish this year and collect the data to support key performance indicators for those. We have done that through Hui with mana whenua. Auckland Transport, I'm sure you're aware, has regular hui with the 19 iwi groups in Auckland, and I've presented this work to them at the early stages of the program 3 or 4 times and interacting with them on an ongoing basis. So they are fully supportive and involved as we develop these targets and KPIs. Looking at the work that we're doing in terms of water quality, there are a number of components. One of them is looking at our unsealed roads, and I'm sure you're familiar with the sediment load that runs off those roads and impacts on our waterways and harbours. We have an unsealed roads improvement framework that has been recently developed and a program of work that comes through with funding under that each year. Last year we managed to seal immediately out of COVID lockdown. We're kind of proud we even got the metal across to Waiheke so quickly. About 1.4 kilometres of road to protect a giant kakapu population there, and we're continuing to collaborate with council staff, particularly in Healthy Waters, on the Mahurangi and Kaipara sediment reduction programs. And there is an ongoing program of treatments available, not just seal extension, but other road sealing treatments that we can do on these roads to reduce the sediment load. We're looking at water quality from our urban network. We have been busy mapping our high traffic volume roads, overlaying that with our stream network and looking at culverts and mapping where we do have treatment devices and where we don't. The picture on the left there, the red dots, are where we have high volume vehicle roads. We're talking 25,000+ vehicles per day, and intersections with streams or opportunities where runoff from that road can discharge untreated, and that forms our priority areas for treatment as those roads are redeveloped or improved. And then you can see on the right hand side where we're starting to map the new treatment devices that are being installed by developers. There are some challenges around these, in that on very low volume vehicle roads with low contaminant loads, we have a proliferation of treatment devices, and that is going to start moving through our OPEX and maintenance budget in terms of how do we keep these maintained going forward. So there's works in progress on both sides. One is treating existing busy roads, one is looking at how we manage the runoff from our growing urban developments. We're also looking at water consumption, and there are a number of components here. So we're looking at how we use procurement to drive our contractors, particularly our maintenance and construction contractors, to use non-potable water for areas like dust suppression and drilling where they need to. So rather than wasting potable water or drinking water on pouring it on the road to keep the dust down, we'd prefer to use a non-potable or rain tank resource. We're also looking at how we can use rainwater for toilet flushing, etc. at our bus and rail depots and facilities. And we're looking through the drought over the last year in terms of managing our bus cleaning and washing facilities to save water there. So these will build into our water consumption targets. We're very keen to green our network. Looking overseas, there are a number of cities and countries who are well ahead of Auckland in terms of a green network. We know that greening our network helps manage heat stress, it improves cooling of the environment, particularly for pedestrians, it reduces stormwater runoff and improves the quality of that runoff, it improves biodiversity through the green planting, and it also helps, of course, absorb CO2 from the atmosphere. So it's a win-win all round, actually. I'm working on a project at the moment to look at how we can get green roofs on our bus shelters, and looking to pilot that soon. The ones shown there are from Utrecht in the Netherlands, so no, they're not ours yet. Getting there. The green walls, I'm looking at how we can utilise our car park spaces for green walls and green roofs, and use those to showcase what can be done better. That is the car park in Fanshawe Street. No, it doesn't look like that at the moment, but we've got to aim for something, small things to start with. And of course rain gardens, which we already have a fair few in the city, but we can do an awful lot more. We're also looking at waste minimisation, and we currently have a number of projects going on at various facilities. AT has released in the last 12 months an aggregate specification that supports the reuse of recycled aggregate. This has been developed in conjunction with Watercare and Council's solid waste management team, because we want to remove the barriers or myths, if you like, around the perception of the quality of that recycled material. We've done that, and we've put together a specification that now enables its use in the Auckland region. We're also looking at driving the use of that through procurement of, in particular, our maintenance and construction contracts, so that we'd like to start setting some minimum targets, so that we're actually reusing crushed concrete when we lift a footpath, for example. And looking lastly at biodiversity, we've got two aspects to it. One is the legislation that became active last September through the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and the requirements for fish passage. This impacts on AT, particularly around culverts, and we have an established work program now to map our culverts, map and overlay that with where fish passage is important, and we're now investigating where our culverts are an impediment to that and looking to resolve that. The picture down the bottom is from Blackwell's Drift on Great Barrier Island, and that's currently programmed to be improved, and that will improve the fish passage through that area. The other area that we're working in terms of biodiversity is looking at how we can use our road corridors in particular as a contribution to the green network in Auckland, and we have worked with mana whenua to develop planting guidelines that are appropriate in the different areas of Auckland, and we'll be rolling those out soon. So that is a quick overview of some of the environmental work we're doing. We're looking to capture that in an Environment Action Programme, and we'll be taking that up to our committees shortly for sign-off. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just, excuse me, move through to the climate change section. So I'll touch again briefly on scope, then give you an idea of how the performance of the organisation's been in the last 3 years, then look at what we're doing around network, corporate and network operations, what we're doing around construction, and then talk very briefly about the work we've started on understanding climate change risks. So for today's scope, so own operations, which is a term I'll use further on, is we're looking at within AT's direct control, so from an emissions point of view. So it's our corporate activities, the very minor stuff, our vehicle fuel, travel, network operations, which is street and traffic lights, public transport facilities. So what keeps a network moving from an operational point of view. We also look at supply chain. So supply chain we break into two areas, one which is covered because it's out of scope today, but the two areas are construction. So construction and renewals work, so building new infrastructure. Then the other area is public transport operators, and you've heard about electric buses in the past and electric ferries. And the last area, which I won't touch on, but just to make you understand how we kind of break the areas up, is the road transport system. So that's the users of the road transport system. So that's where the RLTP comes in and discussions you've had last week and questions you've posed on that. Just to give an idea of scale, and you'll know this, key thing to note here is the size of the bubbles. So the road transport system, roughly 3.4 megatons of carbon per year. Our public buses out there at the moment, 96,000 tonnes, almost 2%. Our public ferries, so those dots are in relative size. So the intent here is not to show how unimportant buses are, how unimportant public ferries are, but it's just to show you that AT is focusing what can we do about the road transport system, because we know that's where the biggest impact will be. Our public trains get even smaller again. Then what today is, which is talking about the small stuff, which is the key message I want to make today, to make you not think we're forgetting about the big stuff, is there is actually a very, very small dot there for our corporate emissions, and a slightly big one for our network operations. So today I'll take you through what we're doing in those areas. The other side, the big stuff, RLTP, the planning committee, all of those discussions which are happening elsewhere. And also to the right-hand side there, the road transport system is also where the Climate Change Commission is talking about as well. Construction renewals, we're still working on what those numbers actually are. I'll talk about that a bit more later on. So own operations, so the own operations, the street lights, the traffic lights, running the network, and our corporate emissions, it's been working its way down. Key thing to note for corporate, it shrunk a lot last year. COVID was the main reason driving that, because people couldn't travel, our office was closed. So that will be, so the trend looks nice, but keep COVID in mind. What you do notice for the network operations, COVID did not really have an impact. The street lights were still on. Public transport facilities were going for almost all the way through lockdown, so we don't see much change there. The reduction is really coming from LED replacements on some of our street lights. Let's see, next one. So we have some targets in place that were approved by the board last year. The key one for the context of what we're talking about today is our operational emissions target. And that is to halve by 2030, halve our emissions of corporate activities and our assets, so by 2030. So we've called it operational emissions. I know it's a bit confusing. We've got own operations mentioned before. The deliberate intention here is we want to cover the things that we can directly control. So corporate and assets that we own. So what's different here is we add on trains as well. They're our own trains. We make the decision on to make them electric. So our target is around corporate activities and assets. And the thing to just be to stress, because we don't want people to think that we're focusing on the little stuff. So those two add up to 0.5% of transport emissions. So it complements work that we're doing around reducing emissions from the transport system. So a key word there is complement. So what we're doing, very quickly, what we're doing around our own operations, so our approach is reduce energy use and switch to more efficient technologies. So what we did from 2016 to 2019, so this is very much bread and butter sustainability type work, but we stripped out 6 gigawatts of energy use, so around 400 homes for a year. Just being more efficient, lighting upgrades and things like that. Not sexy stuff by any stretch, but stuff that makes a difference. What we're looking at now, we will continue to upgrade our LED lights for street lights. At the moment, we've got through about 66% of them. We have an SOI target to hit 87% by financial year 22-23, which we're on top of. We've still got some PT facilities convert to LED for their lighting, and we're also looking at how much better can we compare our different sites to make sure they're working efficiently. So that stuff's pretty standard. It's hard to compete with Kathy's picture of green roofs. What the closest we can get to is, okay, we can improve our design requirements, but we're also looking at how can we have solar generation on more of our sites. So we have to compete with space for Kathy for her green roofs. So we have one spot for the green roof, one spot for the solar panel. Okay, for renewals and construction, Kathy touched on this a bit from a waste management point of view. So the approach we're taking here, so with our contractors, is wastewater materials and energy management requirements in our construction contracts. We've had a few contracts that we've piloted with at the moment We're still building our intelligence around what are the best sort of contracts and how to have sinking targets in terms of requirements there. So key actions, so piloting requirements, shrinking targets. So Kathy's leading one area in our road renewals. We have a better idea of what the impacts are and just making it tougher and tougher each year for our suppliers. Collecting data, engaging with our contractors, and from a big project point of view, our Eastern Busway project, which the additional stages we're starting now, is using industry sustainability rating tools that keep us quite disciplined in making sure that we really stick to reducing emissions as much as possible. Okay, future opportunities are pretty much just repeating what I've said. It's having those requirements and contracts. Then very quickly, from a climate change risk point of view, we started work late last year about how we identify and prioritise risks. We've been working very closely with the rest of Council to make sure we've got a common approach here. We've been identifying and assessing risks. We're looking very broadly. It's not just to our roads and to our bus stations and train stations. What will be the risks also to our customers, to our staff and to safety? What we're working through at the moment is how we prioritise those. So there's a whole lot of risks climate change will impact on us between now and the end of the century. We're looking at what will be the biggest impacts between now and 2050 and then the second half of the decade to prioritise what we should be focusing on initially. So that's working very closely with Council and other CCOs. Once we've got that prioritisation done and we take that to our board in July this year for them to be comfortable with what our prioritisation is and get their feedback, then we start to work on how do we actually adapt. So we have the priority areas, priority geographies, then we get to work on what needs to be done because there's a lot of work to be done to get ourselves ready for the impacts of climate change. So in summary, very quickly, mitigation, we've got targets around our own operations. We need to be we're working on being more efficient and then using on-site generation. That's the next step there. Renewals and construction, build better, make our contractors have restricted requirements on our contractors, and then adaptation, getting our prioritisation sorted, and then develop adaptation plans over time. That's it. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Any questions from members? Councillor Newman, did you have a question? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And firstly, thank you very much. The existing 378 bus service now extended around Karaka Lakes on Sunday the 24th of January, and Councillor Dalton and I were there to celebrate that, and good to see the expansion of the service in that outer suburban community. I'm quite interested in the reuse, the recycling of aggregate for use back in the network. If you go to the Auckland Botanic Gardens, the old cladding facade from Albert Street is now used for the pathway in the Botanic Gardens. It's beautiful. I would assume though that it's quite tricky in relation to the reuse of aggregate, that the specifications around what the product is, the state of it, how it will be used, mitigating risk, health and safety is a real challenge. So can you expand more on the issues that you face? And as well as that, are there any consenting issues that you need to overcome?
Yes, I can. It's been a 2-year journey in collaboration with the solid waste team at Council and Watercare. There were a lot of myths we had to bust around the use of recycled aggregate, particularly in the road corridor, which we have jurisdiction over. Watercare had concerns around, oh goodness, what if it was contaminated and damaged my pipes? And Council wanted to know, well, if we had a better use for that aggregate, perhaps we should have it, or access to it. Or if we're knocking down a building and we're crushing a lot of concrete, perhaps we should be using that somewhere sensibly. So there was a myth-busting process first, and then we set out to spell out in the specification what quality assurance is required from a supplier and then if they can meet that quality assurance requirements and the specifications of the aggregate, certain particle size, for example, or dust levels, whatever, then we will accept it within the road corridor. It's not onerous. We want to be enabling as far as we can. And the second part to that was that we've been working with the aggregate supply industry and the recycling suppliers in the Auckland region. So initially, there was a recognition, I think, that virgin aggregate material is in limited supply. It also, with the congestion on our roads now, trucks taking virgin aggregate from quarries that are on the edge of Auckland into a construction site often only get to make perhaps 2 trips a day, which is limiting the supply chain. So we're working with people like Green Vision, Green Gorilla, that kind of thing, who through our procurement contracts, where we can mandate a small percentage use of recycled aggregate, it gives them certainty that if they were to stockpile aggregate pulled out of another demolition project, that there would be a supply need for that going forward. So in the first year of our procurement contracts, we have specified, for example, for maintenance, maybe use 5% of the aggregate in your maintenance works should be recycled and sourced. Next year, we will look to step that up, perhaps 8%, and then maybe 10% and 12%, and every year step that up, because the supply chain side needs time to build capacity. They also need that long-term certainty that there are contracts in place that will mandate the use of it. So actually, beating the contamination myths was the easy part. It's building that supply chain on an ongoing basis with industry that takes time, and that's where we're heading.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora both. I appreciate the topics that you're not wanting to mention, but it does perpetuate the perception that AT is operating in silos and it's not taking a holistic approach, which we absolutely know climate change, the environment, they can't all be separated into these nice boxes. But so without talking to those topics, I am keen to know how your roles are integrated into the rest of the organisation. And I ask that particularly, Kathy, in your role around the greening, because it's been a 10-year struggle with Auckland Transport around renewals, where, from a local board, we've had the funding, we've had the will, we have asked, as a local board chair, multiple opportunities for adding trees to footpath renewals, swales. We were asking for the downtown car park to have a green roof, 10 years ago. So I appreciate your coming in there and got a big job, but I just would like to, particularly maybe if you could explain around the renewal space, and also, sorry, I didn't capture your name. Greg, sorry, the names aren't in any of the material we've got, but Greg, how your role is integrated within the wider organisation so that we're not looking at climate change in this silo. Thank you.
Definitely. I am delighted to say that I've been on staff for 2 years and I'm pedalling furiously. So successes to date have been that in the Auckland Transport Business Plan, we now have a section in there, or an outcome, that is for the sustainable use and renewable use of the transport network. And under that business outcome is all the green infrastructure, the recycled aggregates, and the things that you're talking about. Now that that's been mandated at that top level, we're then able to put in place the Environment Action Plan that I'm working on this current financial year that will start driving those changes through the projects. Coming to the renewal space, Auckland Transport went to the market late last year, and we're currently working through a tender process for the central and south maintenance contracts. They are significantly large contracts, and we have set sustainability and environment related targets into those contracts, and they are delivered through key reportable areas or KRAs with KPIs attached to them and beneficial outcomes for both parties when they're delivered. So yes, green roofs on car parks, we all definitely want them. The parking guys within AT have been working with Healthy Waters. We have a partnership to deliver them. Unfortunately, COVID knocked the budget, so it slowed it down slightly, but they're coming. The delay has been the seismic upgrade requirements for some of the car parks. So I have been reluctant to put green roofs and green walls on those structures until they've been upgraded, because I didn't want them ripped down for that work. But it's definitely coming. It's part of the plan.
Thank you. Member Wilson. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So I sit within planning and investment team, reporting through to Jenny Chapman. So my role, so you saw the picture before, is showing the three areas of own operations, supply chain, and transport system. So my role covers all of those. From an integration point of view, the best way to explain it is we had set up in July, August last year, a steering group that covers across environment and climate change. And that steering group includes many of the executive leadership team. And that's our main forum for where we share our plans about what we want the organisation to do across environment and climate change and across all the climate change areas. And also in that area, it's also where I provide input into the RLTP process as well, and the work that's going on behind that, and also been involved in some of the ATAP development too.
Member Wilson.
Kia ora koutou. We've had a range of presentations that have been very, very informative and in the main very positive, and I add this to the list of very informative and positive. Thank you very much, Greg and Dr. Kathy. I want to go with the positive, which I love to go with if I can find them, and that is the consultation, and I did note that throughout all of that, and I know it's quite difficult, or it's said to be very difficult, but you're very confident, Dr. Kathy, which pleased me immensely that you had that covered. In the role that you both play on behalf of AT, it would be difficult in the climate change arena to see the positives, given transport is one of those things that needs to be addressed. What I also like and would like to continue in the positive vein is that, as has been spoken previously, concentrate on what is being done well. And you have expressed that well in terms of the presentation there, and clearly there's a lot more to be done. And we continue to say that. So I'm staying with, appreciated the presentation, appreciated that there's still work to be done. There was sufficient there that gave me some assurance that you were looking at how that could be measured and how AT could configure in terms of the wider council. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
To compliment you on that, that in a morning where certain things stand out, and our previous speakers made a number of statements that stood out, was your graphic there to do with Auckland's emissions in the road transport system. That is pretty stark, and I say that because sitting around this table in particular, you might be forgiven for thinking, well, if we clear up the buses in downtown and get a couple of electric ferries, job done, dudes. Well, clearly that's not going to cut it, and those little pinheads really drive that point home. I've got two questions. My first question, it comes in light of the comments made by Dr. Carr about context matters for mobility, and for mobility is inherently local. and I just, and I know you're presenting to us as a whole. I think what would be perhaps useful going forward in this whole climate change world is to get some more local examples. So to break it down, to break Auckland down a bit, to have a couple of case studies of Papakura, Whangaparā, or whatever, about how people using our transport system can reduce their emissions, especially in light of this very good graphic here that shows where the real challenge is to be made. So I just made that general comment. The question I have goes to those emission profiles. Now, in parts of my ward where I travel, literally every second or third vehicle you see in the road is a large SUV. I mean, you can play a little game if you want, if you're travelling north or not, and just count them. And at times it's as stark as that. In terms of those vehicles' emission profile, and a number of them are recently late models, how do they compare to your normal car, like in terms of what CO2 they're emitting?
Highly variable is probably the best way to put it. So it really comes down to where that vehicle has come from. If it's a European vehicle and it's meeting European standards, their level of efficiency will be relatively high. If it's come out of another market, its efficiency will be extremely low. Particularly, we're getting more imports out of China and India. Their amount of carbon per kilometre is astronomically high. So not all big SUVs are necessarily bad. Some are more efficient than others, and you're getting more electric ones. But as a general rule, the bigger it is, the more it will pollute.
I think that's a good answer, and our communication crusade going forward, that might be a point that's worth making at some point as more and more people start buying big SUVs, and particularly if they're getting them from these markets.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. And we have given that feedback on the Clean Car Standard and the feedback, I think, last year or the year before now. And thankfully, I think it was last week or the week before, government have finally announced the Clean Car Standard, which is probably too far away, in my opinion, 5 years, but will help make sure we're only importing certain emission standard, and we don't want to be the last cab off the rank in that situation. So that's at least a step forward on that. Member Wilcox.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm quite heartened to see the kaupapa there for the water quality and the Kokopu, 1.4 kilometres of road. I suppose I want to ask, on the other side of that, what are we doing for the air quality? Just having been with some whānau whose house, because they live next to a sealed road, is continually dusted up. So I'm trying to get, this is environment, not so much climate, but it is environment. So I'm trying to understand what we're doing with air quality as far as people like that are concerned.
Definitely. The unsealed road network has long been acknowledged as generating dust, and the faster the cars or vehicles travel down it, the more dust is generated. So the unsealed road framework that we have developed in the last 12 months and has just been signed off now has a whole lot of different measures in it that we can apply, different treatments to these roads to reduce and manage the dust load that impacts on the air quality in particular of rural residents. So it used to be that Auckland Transport had a seal extension program, and we had a list of 100 to 200 roads, and you'd pass away before your road reached the top of that list, given the funding constraints and the cost of a full seal extension. What we've done now is taken about half a dozen plus different treatments that are available to apply to those unsealed roads for different reasons, and we can roll those out a lot more cost effectively, which means we can deliver the environmental and health outcomes along with maintenance, etc., on those unsealed roads more quickly. So we're just putting a program for that together at the moment. So I'm hopeful that that will address some of the more dusty roads that are impacting residents.
And that sounds great, because I mean that's the issue now, is that this family now, there's a whole community developing around them, and it's not just one car, it's like continuous cars now.
Yes, so we're looking at how we prioritise those sections of road and the number of vehicles per day, the number of dwellings, whether they're residential or commercial, in that area or within 50 metres of the road, are key factors that we now consider for when in terms of how we prioritise those roads for treatment. The environment is another one, so proximity to a direct receiving environment where the runoff generates sediment burden. To that waterway, that's also another factor we're considering, that we weren't able to under the constraints of that seal extension program previously.
So you're seeking advice from mana whenua and
yes,
local iwi
we've
on
involved
these?
that through my water quality work and the Environment Action Program. That was established right back over 12 months ago now, where we started working with mana whenua in terms of what were the key areas that we needed to cover off and what we wanted those to look like. Yeah.
So, Chair, I would like to see this formula once it's created, and I think the committee would be interested to see that too, as an environmental issue.
Yes, I'm sure we can, maybe after the RLTP and ATAP, so then that is, I know
Definitely.
it's difficult for you guys to comment on in the stage it's in, but
back.
after that it would be good to have those sorts of more road and project focused and how that works in, so
Definitely can do
that'd
that.
be cool. But also I think that Councillor Sayers is quite obviously interested in this and he's met with staff on this, so it could also mean a separate briefing for you, Member Wilcox, as well, because it is quite an extensive piece of work. Thank you. I don't have any questions because I think that everyone is ready for a quick break, but I thank you both for coming in, and there's a lot of things in there that I think the public and also us don't know that's going on, so it's good to see these things highlighted. My small comment, and it follows on from Councillor Pippacomb's question, is just, and it's my question to everyone the last for a number of years, is around how we use those renewal budgets better. Over time, I know it's like for like, but over time we've initiated safety improvements as part of that, so that's technically not like for like. So I think over time we need to be having an automatic, stormwater improvement, potentially cycleway, potentially extending footpaths and tree planting, things like that would just come automatically. So those huge budgets that we don't necessarily have operational or decision making over just automatically bring those climate benefits. So if there's any conversations you're in, I would love for you to have those with your teams. But do I have a mover to move? Thanks. Councillor Cooper, seconder. Councillor Collins. Thank you very much for coming in and have a good rest of your day. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. And sorry to those staff members who have turned up. Again, we're going to pop off to lunch for half an hour. We'll be back here at 2:07. We will be back here at 2:07. I know everyone else is on their way, but where are we? We are going to item 10. C40 activity update and revised leadership standards. Alec, back again, and Jacques.
Kia ora, everybody. Thanks for coming back from lunch. It's always good. It's a hard show to follow, Dr. Rodcar. I will do my best. So we're going to talk about the C40 network that we're part of. I will take the paper as read. I just wanted to flag a few slides, just pull out a couple of really key points. Obviously, as you will see in the paper, we've been a member of C40 since about 2015. Some of you will remember that we reapplied to be a member in 2018, so every 3 years as an innovator city we need to do that. Over the past year or so, we as an organisation have engaged in a range of networks, so things from food through to air quality, sustainable finance, land use planning, and benefited from peer-to-peer knowledge exchange. So kind of to Councillor Walker's point from earlier, we try and find the right person within the right department, so healthy water, looking at flooding, and so on. And so we've engaged in a whole range of things and benefit from that exchange, but also, to the Mayor's point, actually as a vehicle to profiling the work that we have done, which is great. The big thing that we've done, obviously, over the last year is the technical review and approval of Te Tariki Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan, which has gone through their analysis, and they've done the checks and balances to make sure it aligns with our 1.5 degree commitment, which it does. One place that they said it would be great to do a little bit more work is on the development of adaptation goals and targets, which actually, as a topic, is really hard for cities all around the world. So again, it's a challenge to us, but it's a great challenge to have because it will help us lead the way. Other things that we've been involved with, the third bullet down, is an opportunity to be involved in some pretty high-profile multi-sector initiatives. And this talks to our plan that we actually need a whole range of people across the region to deliver on our climate goals, and thinking about things like equity through the Global Green New Deal. Something that's on at the moment, if you're not aware, excuse me, is the Students Reinventing Cities competition, where we've nominated Northcote Town Centre as an area where students, not just New Zealand students, but students from around the world, can come up with ideas about how we could redesign, reinvent that part of Tāmaki Makaurau. So that is open now. Please share with your networks. The registrations are open until April 15th for actually people to take part, and you don't actually have to focus on Northcote. You could look at some of the other cities around the world and provide ideas there. Yeah, Henderson. Which actually was part of the initial Reinventing Cities program on the Falls car park. And then the final bullet I just wanted to highlight is we have had an opportunity to pilot some really emerging tools. So some of you will have heard about the Thriving Cities Initiative or the City Portrait tool that comes from Kate Raworth's Donor Economics initiative. And we've been working with C40 about how can we use those principles about a regenerative economy into what is our economic development action plan. So some really great opportunities that we've had over the last year and beyond, and are moving through over the coming years. Obviously, the key part of the decision that you have before you today is to look at these revised leadership standards. And I think just to make a point that there is a particular change here. So prior to this point, C40 has talked about participation standards, and it's been a very purposeful move to leadership standards, because fundamentally climate action is no longer just about a passive activity that we participate and sign up to stuff. It is about delivery, and it is about leadership. And that has been the focus of the standards revision. So just talking through really quickly these 5 standards that we as a C40 city will need to meet. The first one, obviously the plan. We have adopted that Resilient Inclusive Climate Action Plan aligned with 1.5 degrees. A little bit of work to be done on the adaptation side of things, but we have that plan set out. The second one, which is the critical one, which is about delivery. It's about saying, well, that's all great, but how are we showing that we're actually on track to delivering our commitments? There's a recognition in the leadership standards that says, you know, we recognise that you as a city municipality has control over certain things, other parts, central government, business have control over the others, so we need to see you doing your part and recognise that there are others that need to come to the party as well. So that's the second one around delivery. The third one is again about our role. Our role as an organisation, mainstreaming climate into our decision making, using the financial, regulatory, all the other tools that we have at our disposal to address climate change. And again, as I note in the paper, there are things that we are trying to do within the organisation to enable that, to demonstrate that. And just the last two really point to that leadership side of things, innovating, trialling, testing those new approaches to addressing some of our key challenges. Thinking about that thriving cities approach, thinking about our consumption emissions. So it's all well and good, Dr. Carr made some great statements about our production emissions, but actually if we think about all the goods and services that we consume from different parts of the world, that adds to our emissions profile as well. So how well are we capturing that component of our profile or our climate impact? And then the final one, which is really important, is that leadership. Is about influencing others. It is about the mayor and the city. So there's often been a focus on the mayor's role. This is about the city as well, demonstrating climate leadership, bringing others with us. And so that's a really important part of what C40 want to see us doing as a part of that network, is looking at others and helping others through this climate action journey. And so that's all I had to say, and I'll field any questions that you might have.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Alex and Jacques. A couple of questions. Well, actually, no, one. In paragraph 18, you talk about that we're compliant with exceptions, and the 3 exceptions, about developing some more specific adaptation goals and targets, etc. Have we got the resources to do that? And can we do it by October 2021?
Yeah. That's a great question. We're having a couple of conversations with C40 as to the nature of the work that is required. As we alluded to, resources are strapped, as with other parts of council. However, what you will note in the 10-year budget proposal, there is some specific funding around adaptation measures and goals set forward. So we're hoping that, having had a discussion with C40, we can clarify exactly what's needed, and then that will help us do that.
The other quick question, Mr. Chair, is in terms, we talked earlier around legislation, etc., etc. Is the current legislation around this enabling of us to fulfil on these C40 goals, or is it doesn't matter? Is there anything that needs to change legislatively that would help us meet these goals?
So I guess if I take that question, it kind of goes back to the Climate Commission advice. So what we're going to provide in that submission is, look, this is our climate plan. This is what we've adopted. The settings that are being proposed, even by the Climate Commission, may or may not help us meet that, the second one, the delivery side. So that's what some of the submission will be.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a question around the deliver part, and I'm referring to the box. I don't know if I missed something in the key, Alex, but I couldn't quite work out what yellow was and what green was, so my apologies if I missed something in the reading.
No, you're very right, actually. I didn't put a key in at all. Apologies. I've just realised that I didn't do that. So green is effectively we're doing that. We're effectively either delivered or done. Yellow requires more work. Sorry, I do realise I didn't.
No, that's fine, because that will help me understand the question. Well, I might not need to ask my question, but I'll ask it anyway. I'm interested in the equitable outcomes part of deliver, and when in the green bit, I thought it was really good, but I don't know that there was anything that I could really pull out and hold on to that helped me understand equitable outcomes, unless we're just referring to our own climate action plan and how we link it all up so that it meets the requirements of that leadership standard part 2.
I think with a number of these topics, equity being one, I think you'd be a fool to say we've solved it, and that there is always work that needs to happen that we can make. And this is a great discussion I remember through Te Tarakita for the actual plan, is kind of saying, well, all these interventions, they have different components. They have equity issues. We've talked about electric vehicles a lot, having equity issues. And the issue is not necessarily throwing out that solution because of those equity issues, is trying to figure out how we manage those equity issues. And so I think the principles are there through the plan, but also in adopting the Global Green New Deal, which is about equity, fairness in our climate response. So that's why it's kind of yellow. It's not red. It's like we've recognised it, but there will always be stuff that we need to do in this.
Thank you, Councillor. No other questions? Oh, sorry, Member Wilcox.
So my question is, and it's a little bit of a running commentary, but the tikanga of once you've been given Te Taruki or Tāwhiri, and now that we have signed up for C40, we can't afford to fail, otherwise our rangatiratanga goes down the slot as tāmaki, which we're upholding. So I suppose what I'm looking for is where are the areas that we may be touch and go, and how are we going to reallocate resources to make it happen? Because failure is not an option now, because we're talking about the mana of our city, and I'd hate to be the mayor that's going to front up and say, oh, we've blown it. So yeah, that's all. Do you have a process for doing this?
Do I have a process? It's a great question and really well put, so thank you for that. We know the areas that we need to work in the most to deliver on the plan, so that second outcome there. You know, the plan is there, and just to, as a side point, C40 is not just a take. Like, we don't just take from C40. The conversations that I've had with C40 have been very strong on the, you know, where Te Tariki is in terms of integrating a Te Ao Māori lens, and the input that we've had from mana whenua is possibly one of the best that they've seen. Actually, very few have been able to do that or looked at that. And so the challenge that we have now is, how do we share that? How do we with mana whenua, when I say we, are obviously, you know, highlight the importance of that to the narrative and share that with other C40 cities and beyond. So that's one thing just to make note. In terms of the delivery part, you know, we know that the decisions that we're making on our long-term budget, our 10-year RLTP, are critical, and they will have a key part on delivering our commitments. So those are some of the things that we really need to make sure are right. But also we need to make sure that the general decisions about urban form, which we talked about, those planning side, you know, we need to really hit home on those things.
Good, thank you. Mayor Goff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Alex. The colour coding I was going to comment on, because I couldn't find the key either, but I presume that if you had a key, it would have said green, yellow, red. Green, that we're in the process of doing. Yellow stretches us a bit, but we can do it. And red would have been if we can't do it. So I take the implication of there being no red square, that there is no absolute block to us being able to achieve the objectives that are set for us by C40, but it will stretch us a bit, but that's the whole purpose of belonging to C40, isn't it? The second thing, I just thought probably be useful, because most councillors won't have much sight of it, it's the our access to their expertise, and that comes mainly to your part of the organisation. Can you tell us a bit about the sort of support that they've been able to give, for example, as we put the climate action plan together?
Yeah, totally. I guess one of the big parts has been in that emissions reduction pathway, and so providing that technical scrutiny. So they have a measurement and planning technical working group, and so Matthew, who you know from earlier, has been engaged with them on specifically what does urban emissions look like. So providing that technical grunt is one particular area. We've been involved in like an urban flooding. Again, what are other cities, and I know there was a point raised earlier, other cities facing the same issues, what are they doing, and so on. And then the final one I'll just flag is the investment sustainable finance arena. So this is a topic that we've been pushing quite hard here in Tāmaki Makaurau, but actually other cities like the New Yorks and the Londons have been progressing that. And so there's actually some technical support of consultants that are made available to kind of flesh out what does it look like, what are the things that we need to do. And then obviously we'll talk about waste shortly. You know, we, and Parul, I think is here, led the C40 Waste to Resources Network, and brought a bunch of C40 cities here to share that knowledge and expertise around waste, and similarly around air quality has been another topic that we've had a lot of input from them on.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Alex, just under point 33, and there's some other declarations that we could endorse. Do our policies align that would be meaningful if we did endorse those, or have we still got policy work to do around that?
Yes. Apologies. So what I've done is I've highlighted the couple that most closely align. So the Divest Invest, which I've talked about being quite strongly aligned with our sustainable finance program, the Clean Air Cities one being quite closely aligned. So those are the two that are really strong. Some of the other ones, like the net zero carbon buildings, it kind of falls outside of our influence because it doesn't just talk about municipal buildings, it's buildings generally. So that's what I've tried to do.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any more questions? Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks. Just one question on these leadership standards, and particularly as it goes to point 5 of the role of the mayor and the city demonstrates global climate leadership. And I think of that in the context of the comments made by Dr. Clark to there, which was more giving a more localised emphasis, particularly as it goes to mobility and reaching targets. Auckland's a huge, big place. It's, geographically probably wider or longer than just about most other cities in the world, even though population-wise it's not that dense. So I'm really curious to know what the role of the city outside the mayor could be. The mayor's got his hands full with all number of things, and I think of the councillors in this room that in themselves are responsible for big chunks, each of which are quite significantly different as it goes to climate change targets or possibilities. So I'm just wondering, in the C40 network, what ability there is to break that leadership in terms of the phrase and the city down to more manageable chunks that might have a more meaningful response for our local communities, rather than just chucking it at the feet of the mayor and say, away you go, you're the leader, pull it all together. Well, conceivably there are 20 other leaders around here that could be contributing in some more meaningful fashion that each one of us could perhaps pick up on what's happening elsewhere. That to me would seem to be a more collaborative and meaningful response given the specifics of Auckland compared to some of these other cities.
If I just make a comment, I would love for all 20, however many of you, to be climate advocates and champions, full stop, regardless of C40. And I think that's a really great challenge to take on. Auckland is somewhat different to other C40 cities insofar as some of these declarations, like the Mayor Garcetti in Los Angeles can say this is the way it is and this is the way it will be done. We have a process where we actually have to bring these decisions to all councillors. So I think that we have a case for thinking about this in a somewhat different way. How that works out, I guess that's a conversation with the Mayor and with C40 as well to kind of, assign responsibilities and all that kind of stuff.
Well, make the point, if it's going to be a meaningful response to actually reducing emissions in light of what the doctor said today in his very good presentations, we really need to start making some of those changes in how we approach it. Otherwise we just fall into the habit of just waiting for other people or institutions to show the lead, where actually we could be taking the lead in a number of ways that don't necessarily involve big costs either.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something for all of us and to work on this year as well, Alec, how we can turn it into action for us individually as well as a group. And yeah, good points, Councillor. Member Wilson.
My apologies to the chair that I was late, and I'm quite happy for you to steer me elsewhere if things have already been canvassed. So first of all, I'd like to say I appreciate the responses that were given in my pre-meeting hui. That was really very helpful, and it's allowed me to hone in more, not target, hone in, more on the aspects that I'd like to tease out. So it's more around the connectivity of C40 to Te Taurike Tāwhiri, which is the response from C40 is the implementation of that. And in terms of those standards, I don't know how to match across. So I don't know if you can see, and it's individually what that looks like, other than to continue to refer to the Te Tauriki Tāwhiri. So without having to read that through and have it right next door to me, to be able to understand in terms of the leadership standards what this means by implementation, can you guide me, I guess, to a means by which we can assess if in fact the implementation, which is what the reference through C40 is being completed? Where would we see the results of that, if that's a question I can move?
Yeah, if I just, I suppose this points to a question that Member Wilcox made in terms of C40 and how it incorporates broadly Indigenous perspectives in climate action. And the point I made earlier was actually it's kind of new ground for C40, so that's perhaps why you don't see it so overtly in the standards that are set out there. We have a role to help C40 understand it as well, and I kind of mentioned that it's not just a one-way, we take all this technical insight. Actually, there's an opportunity for us to present that back as well, and I think that's a really strong opportunity for us, the broadest sense of us, to help C40 better understand how you could do that within a climate action lens. So I guess my answer is the reason you can't see it there specifically in terms of is perhaps that it's not been one of C40's focus areas, but it is something that we can help them get to.
Could I just add to that? I think also your question about results, how would we know if we're meeting that or whatever, it's going to show as to whether we're implementing our plan, because this is all about implementing our plan. So if we don't, then we may not be achieving all of that. If we do, then we will. And of course, the central part of that is the Te Ao Māori, the Mātauranga Māori, all of that particularly special aspect it is for Auckland.
Excellent. Just one more delving into that. So the MIS, Māori Impact Statement, references it at a very high level and very generally. So bearing in mind what's been said, how do you ensure that the Māori Impact Statement is not repetitive in the nature that we aren't there yet? That's really what I'm trying to get to. How do we know what we know, specifically for C40, because we're talking about the recommendations which include leadership standards, but we can't see in terms of the Māori Impact Statement where that's going to land. So how do we do that?
Can I start with a view?
Yeah.
So for me, and I think it's a good point that you make. As we report, we'll report sometimes through C40, but most importantly, we'll report on our plan itself. So for me, I think the Māori Impact Statement needs to be clear about where we're at with those results in the plan. Are we making progress or not, or where the areas are for improvement? And similar, so we'll do that a lot more than we will for C40. But if we report back on C40 as well, I think if we tie it in to that reporting too, I think that will make it clearer. That's my view. But Shark and Alec, you might have another view.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I'm not sure it will be necessarily in one thing. To implement the plan, we will be doing lots of things and lots of decisions will be made by committees, and it is in those step by step as you make those decisions that you will need to look for those impacts and make sure that they're adequately addressed. In addition to the...
Thank you. So I'll just leave it with one last comment rather than one question. The reason why I'm honing in on those is because the recommendation's asking us as the IMSB to endorse the commitment to meeting the revised leadership standards, and yet we can't measure those because we haven't got to that point. Hence the crucial nature of how do you do what you do to give us confidence as IMSB that they deserve a commitment to meeting C40. So I guess that I started here to try and get here. Why should we do that if we can't even see or even hear what the commitment is to that and advisement around the leadership standards? So I don't know if that need be teased out any further. I would certainly not expect that the same commentary in an MIS will continue, and that additional work potentially with the IMSB around how to make that happen would be helpful, I guess.
Thanks, appreciate that. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Chair, thank you. Look, I just would like to endorse what Councillor Watson said about ambassadors. I'd like to see some sort of practical action out of that, whether that's a conversation with our CSAs or with the councillors who have the capacity in sort of every sense of the word to do that. Because I think if we're going to be able to talk about this with our communities, which is a gap, it's a big gap, then we need to be armed with the right information as well as the willingness to do so. And I think sharing that load as leaders in the city is pretty critical, actually. So, yep, I endorse what John said about that. If I can leave that with you to do
definitely.
something.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. And I think it is a clear, probably we've got the plan now, we've promoted the plan. It's now up to all of us to sell it, ensure our communities understand it, and get the ideas from our community of how to bring it along, because all the ideas are not there yet for how do we achieve our goals. So I think it's a really good point that, whatever that looks like, it's going to look differently in each of our communities, but I think it's a no-brainer to get us in behind making the easy and hard kind of things we need to do as a city, but within communities. It will get the change of what Councillor Bartley was asking before of the Climate Change Commission too, like how do we convince people that it's the right thing to do, and how do we make it easy and connect to them? So I think, good outcome. I don't know if we need to put a resolution forward. It's probably not related exactly to this, but I think we'll definitely have an offline discussion, and thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? No, so I will, could I have a mover? Councillor Collins, someone to second? The Mayor Goff? The Mayor. And would anyone like to speak on this item? Mayor Goff.
Thanks. I just want to speak briefly on it. Look, in a whole lot of ways, it'd be a lot more comfortable if we weren't a member of C40, because we'd have nobody looking over our shoulder, we'd have nobody stretching us, we'd have nobody applying discipline on us if we were falling short on what we said we were doing. But none of those are good reasons for not being a member of C40. I think it's a good thing that we have C40 there to stretch our determination and ability and willingness to reach out and achieve the targets. We have the targets set by them, but actually we've set the targets for ourselves, because our climate action plan is reflective of exactly what C40 is asking of us. And they will be looking at us to see if we're delivering on the program. But why would we have accepted and passed the climate action plan? Why would have we moved to declare a climate emergency if we weren't determined to do those things? So I think on one hand, C40 is really helpful to us because it provides that information, it provides that stimulation, it provides that discipline. And I think it's also great because then we can share with other cities that are like-minded cities. I think we've got something over 90 cities in C40. And, the best example I've got is that I turned up the one meeting that I've gone to internationally for it, in Paris. I turned up there and they said, why don't you join the top group in the C40, which will sign up to a fossil fuels free street declaration? And I thought, shit, can I do that? And I rang back and checked with officers and AT and the rest, and we could, and we were part of that leadership group. And now we've gone beyond that, and we're not going to wait till 2025. We're going to do it this year. So I think there's real benefits. To pick up John and Angela's points, yeah, when it talks about leadership, they're not talking about the mayor. They're talking about the city. And every one of us actually needs to be out there leading the way. You know, and I think we should take inspiration from Rod Carr's address this morning. I certainly felt inspired by it. It gave me confidence that this was something that was achievable, affordable, and he had really good answers to the questions. I thought he gave the best exposition that I've seen. So, you know, agree entirely with Angela and John that that's what should happen. In terms of the attendance internationally, the only time in my life I think that I've ever been approached by a journalist wanting to criticise me for not attending meetings overseas and taking international trips. And the truth is, I can't always do that, and I've got other priorities. I have got to one. It is not a cost to the city because C40 pay for an officer and a representative. And the last meeting, I think, was in Mexico. Would love to have gone to it. It was right on the election date, and we sent Penny Hulse, who was a fantastic representative for us there. So I won't always be able to be there. This year, it'll all be done by Zoom, so I'm delegating the responsibility to Pippa and to Richard to attend these international meetings. But it could well be that others get the chance to attend, and we should participate. Because when we look for examples, we don't look at other cities comparable to us in New Zealand because there are none. We look at other cities around the world of a similar size, scale, and wanting to exercise that leadership. So what is set out here is challenging for us, but it's also doable. And I think that we'll really benefit from having that extra motivation and discipline for us to achieve the goals that we've adopted for ourselves. So I strongly support the recommendations in front of us.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Any other speakers? Councillor Filipaina.
Just to flow on from His Worship the Mayor, I also hope that some of the councillors around this particular table actually go to a C40. As you know, the Zero Waste award that we received, and Parul and I were in Chicago. Can I tell you that flight...
For 24 hours, wasn't it?
that flight was a bit rough, and it was very cold there. But I would suggest that if you have the opportunity to go overseas, do that. Thank you, Your Worship.
But take a bit longer than Alf. He literally hopped on a plane, went over there, did the work, middle of winter, cold, miserable, and then flew back as soon as he'd done it. And anybody that says that that's a junket needs to look more closely at it. So thank you, Alf, formally in front of everybody for taking on that responsibility.
Are there any other speakers? Cool. I'll just say briefly once again, I didn't see this item as controversial at all until a couple of media called me and said, "Oh, are you worried about this getting over the line?" And I sort of blinked. You know, why would we? We have, as a council, supported Te Tarakia Tāwhiri. We've supported halving our emissions by 2030. We've supported a climate emergency, and we are doing the work. We're putting more initiatives into the 10-year budget, and I think all of us. I have not seen any wavering from any of you on this issue. So I didn't have any concerns that we would suddenly pull out now. But what this does do, the new leadership standards, it brings it up to another level. We've, you know, one of the parts is we've adopted a plan. Well, we've done that. Yay, tick that off. But the rest, you know, this C40 was set up as a, you know, engagement, as a progress, as a platform for cities to engage. And as Dr. Carr said earlier, these 97 cities are much like the 100 small countries. These 97 cities are a third of the world's emissions, and we are part of that. So it may seem insignificant working on our own, but those 97 cities together could, you know, make a massive, and are making a massive impact on the world's emissions. So I am excited that, as Alex said earlier, that people are looking to our plan for the Indigenous knowledge that is through it, and how we as a city have done that in partnership with Mana Whenua. That's quite exciting. We will take other ideas and other initiatives that we haven't thought of yet from other cities. So I think it's clear that we all need to act. I think the the questions I'm getting from media and the public are, what are we doing about it? And there are lots of things we are doing about it, but we are going to have to do a hell of a lot more, because when we do get to 2024 and we are asked for that number 2 point around we're on track, we're going to have to prove that we're on track or trying our best to be on track. And we know that from Te Tātaki Tawhiri, it's Auckland's plan, it is not Auckland Council's plan. We are going to need to put the pressure on, whether it's kindly or whatever other means, to get everyone else on board. And we know that with the Climate Commission's advice to government, that they are going to have to step up and they are going to have to help us. Because as Dr. Carr said, Auckland matters a lot and they can't do it without us. So we are going to need their help. And I think the last comment from Dr. Carr that stuck with me was, we can do as little as we can get away with, or as much as our grandchildren expect us to do. And I think that was, I don't know if I have grandchildren, hopefully I do, but I know there's a lot of other kids in my whānau and my friend life that will have grandchildren, and we need to do this and be committed constantly to this issue. And yeah, thank you for your support, and I hope you all support us staying in C40, because it's extremely important to our city. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? Perfection. Could I say that's carried unanimously? Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alec. Thank you, Jacques. Right. On to item 11. Parul, Jenny. Oh, sorry. Julie. I can see Parul just watching over you. Because they have a presentation. Oh, perfect. Thank you. If you press talk in the front there. Yeah, perfect.
Cool. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to give a short presentation on the revised Resource Recovery Network strategy. We'll take it as read, that you've read the full report, which outlines the expansion and optimisation of the network for the next 10 years. And just to make the point that this outlines a basic framework, which is affordable and deliverable. It's not the end point, but it's just the next stage of development. So the original strategy was adopted in October 2014, and that had the goal of achieving 12 community recycling centres by 2024. And we are well on track to achieving this, which is really exciting. So the revised strategy proposes to build on this by developing a further 9 community recycling centres across the region and 2 resource recovery parks by 2031. Okay, just a snapshot of where we're at. We have 9 operating community recycling centres across the region. They're operated by social enterprises and they're embedded in the communities in which they operate. So the operators are really passionate about their communities, and they're also passionate about zero waste. So Waiuku in the south was our first community recycling centre, and since then we've developed across the region up to Wellsford and Warkworth, which is one of our newer community recycling centres, and also out to the Hauraki Gulf Islands in Aotea and Waiheke. The recycling centres are where they are because that's where land was available, so they're often on old transfer sites. And some of the challenges for us is how do we bring those community recycling centres more into the urban areas. And the 3 central local boards will know how challenging that process is to get something that is in the central city area, and we've worked very closely with them over the last 6 or 7 years to get a site at Waioria, Western Springs. That site now has resource consent, and we're hoping that it'll be operational by the beginning of next year. Yay! So I really want to acknowledge Councillor Combe and Councillor Casey and others that have really journeyed with us on this, so thank you. We are also, with Onehunga, we have also got resource consent for Onehunga, which is great, and we also hope to see that operational by the beginning of next year. Also, for the south, there has also been another journey with our South local boards and acknowledging Councillor Dalton, who is here, Councillor Dalton, and the passion that the Manarewa local board has brought to this and other local boards, Otara and Howick. So we're in the process of negotiating with a potential advisor for a community recycling centre, and we should know the outcome of that shortly, and all going smoothly, which we anticipate it will. That should be operating in the middle of this year. So we'll let you know as soon as that negotiation process is completed. Okay, so oh, I've got the slide. Okay, so just looking at some of the achievements, I think the magic of the community recycling centres is it's not just about diverting waste, although that is their primary function, but it's also about achieving wider social and economic and environmental outcomes. And they also really help support behaviour change for communities in which they're based. So over the last financial year, 5,200 tonnes was diverted from landfill from the 9 community recycling centres for reuse and recycling. They've created 80 full and part-time jobs. We've saved 823,000 of carbon dioxide equivalents, and that's just measuring green waste and timber, which is something that we can easily measure at the moment. There's been thousands of hours of volunteerism, but also those community recycling centres have become community destinations. They're often vibrant community hubs, fostering resilience and wider community outcomes. And I think, you know, I was up at Maharangi Waste Buses up in Warkworth and Wellsford yesterday, and just looking at the challenging piece of land that they operate on and the minimal infrastructure and all that they've been able to achieve. So just a little bit about Laurie Road and Rusty Brook and Wellsford and Warkworth. They set up 18 months ago, and in that time they've set up a site for maximum resource recovery, including a container shop, which is fondly known as the Mahu Mall. They have signage in te reo in English, and it's all decorated, that area, with artificial recovered flowers, so it has that real community feel. When they first opened up, residents came along expecting just to dump their rubbish and leave. Now most of them come with their loads pre-sorted. They know the drill, they know how to recognise and separate resources from rubbish and where to put them. And so they've really built that strong community feel. Customers show up sometimes with ice creams for the workers, recognising how hot and dusty it is where they work, or with coffees over the winter. They're also well supported by their local businesses, and the local digger company helped them out when they had problems with their digger. And they've also been the recipient of private donations. They've developed a collaboration with the Matakana market to compost all their food waste. Previously, the market sent it down to the south. And now this is extending to other businesses and residents, and they've got a food composting facility on their Laurie Road side. They've got heaps of volunteers and are about to recruit a volunteer coordinator, and have also a destination for local school tours. So in contrast, Helensville's been operating for 5 years. They've worked out that they've paid 1.2 million back into the local economy through wages and purchasing of local goods and services. They've provided placements for 193 locals serving community hours from corrections, some who've gone on to be regular volunteers, and they're a well-loved community hub with an innovation edge, contributing back to their community through their community enrichment program. They also had the eldest volunteer, who at 90 was a regular contributor, and unfortunately he passed away last year. So our community recycling network has also been recognised nationally through attracting central government funding. So we've received 2.2 million from Ministry for the Environment for Onehunga, and also delighted that we got 10.6 million for Shovel Ready to develop the existing sites, which have been just, quite basic. So the revised strategy was developed in collaboration with our community recycling centre operators. The success of this network really relies on that partnership between council and the operators and the community, and it's achieving more. We can achieve more together than we can individually. So It was also workshop with the IENS Mana Whenua Forum and also with local boards. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the huge support for the community recycling centres and RRN that we've received from local boards over the years, both financially but also in support and looking for sites. So in the revised strategy, we're seeking funding for additional sites and also ongoing operational costs for the existing community recycling centres. And this is included in the long-term plan package. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Councillor Newman, you have the first question.
Thank you. A number of questions from me. Appreciate the presentation. I just wanted to come back to the issue of the plan in 2014 was for 5 years operational funding, and that these centres would become financially self-sufficient and sustainable. They'll be able to wipe their face. What's been proposed here is a continuation of the funding because they are not yet financially sustainable. I assume that most of the funding that makes them sustainable actually comes at the gate fee. Is that correct?
Comes from the gate fee. It also comes, all of the community recycling centres have reuse shops, so that's a huge contributor to their profitability, and it also comes through other businesses that they do as well. So it comes from a range of sources.
To make these particular centres financially sustainable, are they going to have to move on the tariffs at the gate?
Not necessarily, and I'll get Julie to talk in more detail, but particularly with container return schemes and product stewardship schemes also provide another opportunity for income generation. So,
yeah, we're in a kind of a really interesting point in time at the moment where a lot of the things that we've been hoping for over the years to increase the viability of the community recycling centres are coming to fruition. One of them is the increase in the waste levy, which is increasing the cost of wasting, making resource recovery a cheaper option. You can come to a community recycling centre and not all of it has to go to the landfill. You can take stuff out and reduce the cost to the average person who visits. The other thing that the Ministry for the Environment is working on at the moment is the product stewardship schemes. And that's where we see there's a lot of potential for the community recycling centres to earn income, in particular for the container return scheme, which is going to need infrastructure for drop-off. And those drop-off sites will actually get a handling fee, and that's quite considerable the amount of money that they can generate to help offset costs. So I guess we're seeing that a lot of the work that's going on at a national level is going to increase the financial viability of these sites. So it's positive as we go forward. And I should say that the ongoing operational costs that we are seeking are not for the full amount. They're still starting at the higher level and coming right down. I think some of the earlier sites that we've got running now, they're probably only about 20% of what they originally got in their management fee.
A couple more questions. The initial contracts were for the 5-year period. At para 36, you're talking about the ongoing site management fee from council be required beyond the initial 5 years. For how long? It doesn't say in the report.
Yeah,
so
we're beginning to look at the option of 10-year contracts for operators who have the capacity to enter into those kind of lengths of contracts. And a big part of that is that they can actually get the investment they require to set up viable businesses. 5 years is hard for them to actually invest in equipment and that sort of thing.
One final question, because if there were to be a resource transfer, recovery and transfer station in the south, which I support, I mean, I'm just looking at the waste management tariffs for Inlet Road, which is private, versus the Waiuku Centre, by way of example. So general waste management 47, Waiuku 43, green waste management 41, Waiuku 30, bag general 11 versus 6, and garden waste bag $12 versus $8.50. So if we're setting up these sites, these parks, are we able to sustain a level of gate tariff which is significantly under where waste management or another private provider can be in order to make these sites more affordable at the gate?
I think one of the, there's a couple of things in this. One of the things obviously we're aiming to do is divert as much waste from landfill as possible. And I think if you went to if residents go to a standard transfer station with a trailer or load of material, that would be accepted. You know, your $47 to landfill, off it goes. Coming to a community recycling centre, that same trailer load of goods, they'd be encouraged to say, well, look, you know, these items are reusable, we'll take these off and there's no charge for that. These are recyclable, we don't need to charge for that. To reduce the amount that's actually being sent to landfill, but also the costs associated with disposal. That's one of the key areas that waste costs can be brought down, and that active pulling out things that actually don't need to go to landfill in the first instance.
I can do that at waste management too, though. I can drive to the left and divert.
There's a wider range, because the community recycling centres are set up to actually divert from landfill, they'll be putting a lot more effort into that. They don't have the incentive to take waste to landfill. That's not part of their business model. So the setup is different and the incentives are different. The current sites are diverting, some of them 70% of what comes into the gate, which is a very high amount, and they're increasing that all the time.
One final question is, is a resource recovery park an option here, or is it just community recycling centres?
Definitely. In the plan, we've got 2 resource recovery parks, which we've got. One of them is we definitely want one in the south. And that's a large site with the ability to cater for local residents, but also commercial waste. And it is something that we're very keen on getting something set up.
And for equity purposes,
Yes.
I would assume to also be affordable at the gate.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā kōrua, ladies. Look, just 2 very quick questions. The south location for the recycling centre, where's that?
The Resource Recovery Park.
No, the recycling
The
centre.
Community Recycling Centre. It'll be on the around the Otara, the border with the Otara Howick area.
Okay.
Yeah.
The resource recovery park. Is that better? Okay. The resource recovery park. Just the process in regards to that in the south as well. Just what is the process? I know there's going to be consultation with our CCOs, but is there any other process that we end up going through with the community, with the local boards, with councillors in this particular area? And I'm not saying the local board area, but the councillors within the south, because it will be an impact for all our areas out there. So just that last question, Chair.
There'll definitely be a process. So we're just in the very early stages of trying to articulate what what the Resource Recovery Park would be and what. So we're starting an early business case to get kind of flesh out what that could be. But in terms of taking it forward and in terms of looking for land, there'll be a huge amount of consultation and engagement with community, local boards, councillors, Māori and mana whenua.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Wilson.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Jenny, through yourself, to moot some questions, so not blocking them all up here. I appreciate that very much, and hopefully that will mean less of me mooting questions. But I keep flicking through here, and it's probably annoying the two beside me, in that I'm trying to match the recommendations is my first question. Actually, almost goes to Councillor Newman's around the financial implications. So the resolutions, the resolution, one of them says, note the funding to deliver the revised strategy is being sought. Now, and I'm looking at the strategy and I'm not understanding necessarily where the funding's, what part of the strategy is intended to be funded. So it's not clear. There's a whole range of things around challenges, opportunities, resource recovery parks. Even though there's a financial implication section here, it doesn't necessarily talk to figures. So does it mean it's a lot wider than that? How is that mooted? And that's my first question. And I've just got a couple of follow-up if I can, please.
So the finances will be to support the existing community recycling centres with a ongoing management fee, and then it'll be to establish a further 9 community recycling centres with both capital budget and operational budget, and also for the resource recovery park, but that's just capital budget, not operational budget.
Thank you. I could see Parole coming up here, so I think she was looking at answering part of that, because my follow-on question would be, if it's not specific, note the funding to deliver the revised strategy, but it actually doesn't talk about the recovery parks and the like, Parole.
Kia ora, through the chair, what Jenny mentioned, we are specifically asking for just over $10 million over 10 years for the operational support for the sites that are coming on. So that is what's gone into the long-term plan package through the Mayor's proposal. So it talks about expansion of the sites that we've got currently, and it talks about having capital funding through the waste levy allocated for those sites as well. So that is what is being sought through the long-term plan.
So it's more, is the recommendation sufficiently clear, I guess, through the chair to indicate what you're talking about here, because it says to deliver the revised strategy, but doesn't talk to the nature of what you're talking to. The paper describes the financial implications, but I think it can be done through you, Mr. Chair, but it's not specific through the recommendation small b, that's what it's intended to do. So that's my first comment. The other question I was going to moot was as a result of the feedback that was received from earlier in the presentations from the local board, and it was around how do you decide where to? How do you decide where the location would be? And as I've already canvassed with you offline here, Jenny, my concern would be, are you providing, whether it's a park or a recycling centre, that is the want and the need of the community, including mana whenua? How are you gauging that you're hitting the mark for the community and or mana whenua, so you know whether it is a recycling centre or you know that it is a recovery park?
Thanks for that. I think first of all, through our waste management and minimisation plan engagement in 2018, 70 to 80%, we had, I think, around 80% support for the development of community recycling centres and the resource recovery network in terms of submissions that were received from the public. And in terms of when we develop new sites, so our 2 new sites have been in Onehunga and Western Springs, and both those have gone through a process where we, right from the beginning, have invited community, mana whenua and local Māori organisations in to be part of the discussion and the design. And through that process, we've got feedback and we've got a lot of excitement and input from local community into both of those designs. So what for me was really interesting in Onehunga, we had a number of community organisations and some of those Māori-led organisations coming to the meetings who didn't know what a community recycling centre was, but through that process have become excited, are upskilling themselves, and we have a capacity building program as well, and are also really keen to consider whether they want to be operators of that centre. We've also had the local schools who've really, some of the teachers came to our design workshops and have now taken that back through the schools and are engaging with their with their schools in terms of what a community recycling centre could look like and what it could do and how it could relate to their local area. And so I think that process, because you're right, it is building the understanding of what it is, but also what are the local opportunities and how can it work in ways that work for that local community, including with Māori and mana whenua. And so no two community recycling centres will be the same because they are embedded in their local communities.
Just adding to that, Mr. Chair, as well, the other thing is we are also driven by where the sites are. So a lot of what we do is in terms of the resource recovery parks, for example, what we've looked at is what is the size of the region, what would be the optimal way of positioning those sites, and what is actually available. So Waitakere is being one because we've got that site, it is an operation that we run and we know we can do it within budget and there is capacity doing it there. The one in the south has taken longer because of the size that we are looking at is really huge. And when we've seen opportunities come through the CCOs, we're exploring whether those parcels of land are appropriate or not. So I guess, and we had the opportunity to have a conversation with you at one point to say, what would it make sense to have this land to deliver on what's needed? So I guess what I'm trying to say there is that we understand the size of the region, we understand the number that we might require. We then also look at what opportunities do we have with current land parcels that we've got, because we have to make it affordable as well. And then we test it with in terms of what is the community out there, and what would that site look like to deliver on the needs of that community. So it's a complex way of doing it, but however, it is based on a few things that we need to look at.
So just lastly, I forgot to do the good first, instead I went the not so good. I absolutely acknowledge, and that was through the helpful kōrero with you, Jenny, that the excitement around those centres and the parks, my question was more on ensuring that they are not fit for purpose, because that's too broad a stretch, that they are what the community and or mana whenua and mātāwaka are looking for, and not what we think is best for them. So that would require the local board, I guess, and mana whenua to make sure that complements each other. So I'm happy in that regard and look for, but I still, through you, Mr. Chair, looking at that recommendation, is there any way that can be honed somewhat?
I'll just maybe ask Parul, because I asked Parul to add the B, because this we don't have delegation to make financial decisions, and because of the last 6 months of work with Alex's team and Parul's team and everyone to work with the mayoral budget to get that funding, those funding lines in, I was trying to tie the fact that, because often we pass plans all over the council that don't have a budget, and I think I was trying to acknowledge that actually for this issue, there is a different body of work going on for that funding. I'm not sure if we can or we should acknowledge the funding in here. We could add words. What would you?
We're wanting endorsement on the strategy in terms of the direction that we've put forward and the details that are in there. And I think it is B is just noting that the budget is available through the long-term plan, and it is subject to that getting through. So I guess the question then is, what if the money doesn't go through, then what would happen? So this is saying, yes, you are okay with what's being put in here, and the money is targeted in the LTP, but it is subject to that going through.
Yeah, so it's that component. The other part is the revised strategy, to deliver the revised strategy, and there's no plan as such, it's just a strategy, and you could pick any one of those components to say that you want funding on that, and you've decided you want funding. So normally, I guess, if you're looking potentially for funding, even though you don't understand what that funding is, it's for a specific purpose or part of the strategy, not to deliver the strategy. That's the other concern.
So I believe it could actually specifically mention the money that we are looking for in the long-term plan for the operational of the facility.
So is it just the 10.8 and the 29.8?
Yeah.
Would we put? Okay.
So we could add under B, note that funding to deliver, would we? All right. Yeah, it was.
It could pick up words from point 9, I guess, para 9.
Yeah. No, I think.
This is in the strategy.
I think they're inflated.
Those numbers right, or which are the numbers?
The 10.8.
Which
Yeah.
one is it?
10.8 and
10.8 and what?
29.8. Or do you want for the 29.8, should we be mentioning that it's the, yeah, so the words are through the budget allocated to Auckland Council from the central government waste levy under the 29.8.
That just clarifies it that we're not seeking rates funding for the capex. It's actually to be done through the waste levy that council receives.
Maybe C should be, maybe the 29 should be a C. There'll be questions. We're just trying to finish up this one.
Amendment, is it?
No, it's not an amendment. It's just
But, well, actually, no, it's not because it's not.
I can move the item.
Difficult when you're doing questions and you leap into making. It's kind of.
Yeah. Kia ora. Apologies, Councillor Cooper. I was just trying to follow up and finish the point. Otherwise, we'd have to come back to it. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. My Councillor Filipaina has asked my question about the site for South. So thanks for that. I'd be interested. This one, maybe we don't need to answer have answered here, but I'd be interested in your response to the Howick local board who asked about $50,000 that they've put aside for several years ago by Southern local boards, and I think that I'd be interested just to see what your response to them would be. The question I have is in relation to point 29, which relates to the Community and Social Innovation Team, formerly TSI, and the development of a business case to progress the South facility. I was just wondering if they're involved in the preparation of other business cases, given their very good work in relation to smart procurement and kind of local young people being involved as well.
We're just working with them in relation. Oh, sorry. We're just working with them in relation to the South Resource Recovery Park.
So just on that, thanks, Chair. Don't look at me. I'll keep asking. Do you so that the approach that say CSI, formerly TSI, would take, is that the approach that we can take for granted whenever these sites are being considered and business cases are being worked out?
Yes, the answer is the answer is yes. In fact, we have been working with staff with TSI right from the beginning, really, to get their expertise. They've been very, very helpful with us.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It's really good. It's great that we're going to get more of these recovery centres. My question is around the certainty of the waste levy increases, because I know that it only went to Cabinet from Minister Sage in June, and then she was to come back with, she got a, you know, the minute says you go and draft the regulations, come back to us. But right at the end of it, it says, note that Cabinet will review the implementation dates outlined in paragraph and in light of the economic conditions at the time the Minister submits the regulations for approval. So given our uncertain times. So have you heard anything more? Because the last time I heard from the Ministry, it was going to go in November to Cabinet for gazetting in December. But I mean, the Minister wasn't the Minister then anymore. So I don't know where it's up to, whether it's actually happened. Because that makes a big difference on the amount of money. There's a whole lot of tables around how much money will be generated over the next 3 years. And if it starts late, that might affect our contribution that we get.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've been working with the ministry officials quite closely. In fact, 2 of our staff have gone to the ministry to work on the waste levy regulations. So, which is good news because we know that they are hiring more people to do the analysis work and to put it together. I do believe they are running slightly behind because they were actually wanting to start off middle of this year, which may not happen, but they do have a good work program that they are working to. So there may be a delay in terms of when they get that off the ground. However, we do have a lot of work already in hand that we can get on with while that comes on board.
That was just one of my concerns because we're relying on that levy increasing and yeah, I know for a fact they didn't have enough staff working on this and it's just been a bit derailed, so I'm really glad that we're helping. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much. I just want to, my first question follows up from Councillor Fessel-Collins. The South Auckland Resource Recovery Park is being built into a wider concept of prosperity south and west, and it looks pretty exciting. 68 jobs and a model for generating some, quite a strong financial return. What I'm worried about, I mean, it's good that we're getting the one recovery centre in Otara Howick, but some of this might be commercially sensitive, so I'm picking my words carefully. You've had some challenge over the main site that you were looking at, and I just wondered, really important, this will be largely for Māori and Pacifica employment. I'm just wondering what your time frame is for the South Auckland Resource Recovery Park and whether you are persisting with your investigation of the current site, which is a big site of about 15 hectares, I think, or whether you're feeling that you have to look at another site, and if so, why? If it's commercially sensitive, just, say so, and say nothing. You will anyway.
I guess the work on the Resource Recovery Park for the South we've been working on for a long time, and I think it's always the issue we come up against is the land size. And I guess we have made some inroads in terms of what we might be looking at. And the business case that we are working on with TSI, CSI has been a really great opportunity where we're also looking to pull in funding from the government as well. So I think we are making progress, but I would not be able to give you timelines right at the moment, but we can share them offline.
Because I know who the prospective vendor might be. If there's any way in which my office can help, I'm just offering that. I'm really keen to get this up and off the ground and running. I think out in the south we've been waiting for this for a very long time, and it's frustrating to you and it's frustrating to us. My second question is really the location of the 9 news centres. We had a couple of presentations from really enthusiastic people in Upper Harbour and Hibiscus Coast and Bays. But I do notice from your map, it's pretty clear where the big gaps are. And, you know, if you're talking about a network, you do want to cover the whole of the region. But I just wondered what your process will be for determining the location of those 9 extra sites.
I think there's a number of things that come into this. One of them is the feedback we've got from local boards, and that's come through very strongly for us. And obviously, we want to get more in the south. That's going to be one of the factors. The other one is finding the sites that are available, and we're always looking at, particularly the old transfer station sites. We've kind of run out of those. Where our aim is to try and locate them within around about a 30-minute kind of drive. So we're if you're looking at it from location-wise, we're trying to fill in those gaps. But key thing is equity, so that people can actually get to them easily. It's not a straightforward process because there's all these factors coming into it. But for us, we're very aware of the fact that we haven't got not enough sites in the south, and that's going to be a big focus for us, our key focus really.
The approach we've taken for the one that we've got on the Otara Howick board area was to actually put an expression of interest out to see who were the players out there who might have land and who might come to the party, and that's how we secured that one. And that might be another way of going out to the market actually on different areas and saying who are the parties that might be interested, that might bring land to the mix. So once we've got your approval, we would look at doing that exercise and looking at the market once we know we have no land from our CCOs that can actually be in the mix.
Thank you. And if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, the last one was we had a pilot program operating together with Waste Solutions for the deconstruction and salvage of buildings. I think it was the TRO group we were working through. That was a pilot program. Is that now permanent, or what's happened to it?
I'm just wondering which one, because we do have one site that we've developed at the moment that is doing deconstruction of housing, not with the TRO group, but I can come back to you on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good, because that was also employing a lot of people, and you know, it is construction waste, and we all know that construction waste is a much bigger problem than domestic waste. Yep. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor Goff. Member Wilcox.
Thank you. A couple of questions. The first one was regarding to the stewardship scheme. Have we done any modelling as to how that would work, and would that change the modelling of what we're doing? First, that's the first one, and I suppose the same question can be related to this one. With the waste levy came that funding package. Would we be trying to get access to some of that, and also would that then be changing this strategy? Because I mean, if we ended up with 100 million, I'm pretty sure we want to have more than 9.
I'll answer the first part about the product stewardship. We're really at the moment just waiting to see what the scheme design comes up with. The report has been completed and presented to the Minister, and so that's what we're waiting to see, because there's a number of different scheme designs. As a council, we have inputted into that and made it really clear that we want our community recycling centres to be a key part of the infrastructure in Auckland, and I think that's been kind of common from other councils around the country as well, that they want their community facilities to participate. But until that comes back, we can't really model too much. But as soon as we have a model, we will certainly be looking at how we could actually set our community recycling centres up to be a core part of it.
Yeah, in terms of the extra funding, there is a government's also looking at an infrastructure plan that they're doing for the whole country in terms of saying what are the gaps in terms of what are the facilities we need for recycling, for example. Do we do fibre or more of paper and cardboard onshore, what do we do with plastics? So they're looking at that as well. The money that we would get, definitely we would look at putting into more localized solutions, because we need to make it easier for people to be able to do recycling or do reuse or upcycling. So this strategy, as I think Jenny said in the beginning, is a framework. Going forward, if there is more funding available and the need is there, we would look at expanding it further. And there's definitely a desire within the local boards to grow local networks within certain communities. That would be stage 3, I would say, in terms of going to that level. But we need to develop and have really sustainable businesses running before we get to that stage.
I'll just make a comment. My concern is that we won't be sustainable until we do get some of that funding. And so, you know, it's all right for us to say, well, they're going to be operating at a profit next year, but actually they don't, locally or even together, they don't have the critical mass that somebody like Enviro Waste or Waste Management have in order to make it into a profitable exercise. So I think, you know, we need to be careful with the sustainable corridor. Otherwise, you know, because in 5 years, if the government hasn't changed anything, we're still talking sustainable from an economic point of view, which is really not going to cut the mustard. Thank you.
Councillor Newman, question?
Well, yeah, Chair, sort of goes back to my earlier point, but you've now included B Roman numeral 1. Really, what I want to know is spelling out that operational funding, a tranche of that funding is for the existing sites, centres, which are not financially sustainable at the end of their contract period, so there's continuing funding for a period of time. Extrapolating that out, do you know what proportion of the 10.8 is to continue to support and sustain those centres, because without it they're not sustainable?
Through you, Mr. Chair, on page 51, it gives the operational expenditure requirement table, which talks to that point. It's not broken down in terms of the facilities per se, but that gives you a flavor as to what are we asking for. I mean, we haven't put more detail in there because that's more operational, but that is the context in terms of what are we requiring.
And it will be my comment later on, Chair, but my sense is that these are not sustainable now and may not be sustainable in the future, which is fine. That just means that we have to build in a subsidy, and it's the scale of the subsidy for these increased number of sites that's the issue here.
Yeah, and that's what we've built in here. For the next 10 years, we've built in that subsidy for all the sites that we would have. I just wanted to mention that our arrangement with our partners is an open book policy, where we do work with the CRC operators in a way that if we see that they have other funding options coming through, we can look at reducing our share into it or our money going into it. So not every site has the same amount of contribution from council. There is quite a bit of variance because it depends on where the site is and what other income streams do they get, whether it's gate fee or other opportunities that can be done on the site. Hence the ability to actually say you've got your base operating cost is this much, how much money you're getting from others, what do you need from us? So it's almost of that nature.
And the markets issue has had a huge impact in the last 5 years from when the original contracts were signed.
Yeah, the commodity pricing falling has not helped them because earlier they could sell paper and cardboard, for example, to the market, which they can't now, and they're actually having to pay to get rid of that. So that situation hasn't helped their financials as well.
Kia ora. I've got Councillor Bartley question, Councillor Cooper question, then I have...
Sorry, I just wasn't sure where you were at because people keep commenting, and so when I put my hand up, there was comments going on, so I thought we were in comments, so I'm sorry. But if I can put my name down for comments.
Yeah, I have been asking questions. People do give comment. I try and be fair-ish, but I mean, I can be a bit stricter on it. But question, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and for the work. I was on the local board when the report came through for, trying to find a recycling centre for our ward. So it's good to see the Onehunga one. I'm also part of a social enterprise that is trying to eliminate or, reduce what goes into the waste stream. But the issue there is the financial sustainability. A lot of these groups here have the best intentions. They're really into this waste recycling and stuff, but business-wise, they're not there. And so I share the same concerns that about financial sustainability and the need for more subsidy to keep these operations going. So my question is, what business support is there for these groups so that they actually can be successful businesses as well as reducing the waste stream? Yeah, because it's nice.
It's a really important. It's a really important part of the network, and sustainability of the business is key, and that's why we've been. That's why I guess in a way there's a kind of limited number, because we have to make sure that they are financially viable. All of our operators actually belong to the Zero Waste Network, which is a national body of the community recyclers around the country. And they're providing a lot of the support to help these businesses become business-like, and to help them put their tenders together for the contracts that we put up. So when we go out for a contract with a new site, we actually are looking at the books basically for the next 5 to 7 years, and so we keep the open book process going so that we can work with them to make sure that they're not in a position where they might fall over. So they're getting technical support and financial support. We also are working with them on things like health and safety, making sure that we can share health and safety knowledge amongst all of them. So there's a kind of I feel like a mentoring set up with both technical and financial support as we go along. But it is, that's one of the things we've always been most conscious of. And I think all of our CRC operators are just really growing in their business-like approach. It's harder when you're not controlling, when you're doing small resource recovery initiatives. A community recycling centre has to encompass the whole basket and be sustainable.
Thank you. No more questions? Oh no, sorry, Councillor Watson, last question, and then we'll go into speaking.
Yeah, thanks. And just following on that from the question of Councillor Bartley and the comments from Parole in terms of the expertise that may or may not be available, and the differences of variability in as to which each centre is functioning in terms of the cost to council and their contribution to climate change goals and all the rest of it. So I see really great opportunities in the first instance to get to those parts of Auckland where there's nothing or very little. That makes sense, but also to grow the network, particularly in the places where there's an opportunity to leverage off expertise and good business practice that already exists that still have demand. So I think we had a couple of people from local boards here today who talked about Whangaproa way up here and Devonport way down there, and the bulk of people actually in the middle outside that 30-minute travel zone. So I guess my eventual question that's going to come out of this is, to what extent can we utilise these people that are often very passionate, are very cost sensitive, and increasingly, in respect of some of them, have contacts into other revenue sources via grants and whatnot? Is there more capacity than we've had thus far to really make the best of those people to grow the network, across Auckland and also even in the areas where theoretically that they already exist? Does that capacity exist?
Yes, absolutely, that capacity exists, and I think that's part and parcel too with going with a longer contract period. As if there's a longer contract period, then there's more opportunities to leverage external funding sources. And I just also want to make the point that some of the new and emerging community recycling centres have partnered with more experienced operators, and so that partnership has enabled a transfer of knowledge and skills over a period of time, and so that's been a really successful approach that's starting to emerge.
So Mr. Chair, I think you put all those factors together. I see this as a real opportunity, particularly in light of the overall context of today's meeting and addressing, climate change objectives, utilising the clear enthusiasm that exists with the local boards, most of the local boards, and the existing operators, some of whom are very proficient, who probably couldn't be too much better in terms of financial investment, and really growing this network for kind of very modest investment on our part.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Watson. I think that post the 10-year budget, once this is approved with the financials as well, I think it would be good to potentially have a workshop with us all to really drill into the individual, because there has been some really good questions, but of course, because this is a revised network, it can't get down into the detail, but I think, and some of the questions are commercially sensitive too, so it would be good if we could drill down a bit further and talk about the flexibility that this revised strategy might hold if there are other options, things to tag on. Maybe, there may be less in one area and more in other, who knows, but I think the questions are good, but I think a workshop after the budget's been approved would be good. Would be that work out, Councillor Watson? Cool, thank you. Now we will finish questions there. We'll go to Councillor Casey, I think first speaking turn all day, is it? Yes.
Did everybody see the headlines about the recycling centre at Western Springs just a couple of months ago? The fact it's going ahead? Yes. In the Herald and stuff all over the place, Radio New Zealand. No, you didn't, because there wasn't any. No. I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the actual abuse and the hard work that the staff have had to put into that particular recycling centre in Western Springs. Because the headlines just before the election were huge. It was about the council being unfair. It was about the council lacking transparency. It was about the council kicking out a group that had held tenancy for 30 years. We were none of those things. We weren't unfair, we weren't untransparent, and we certainly didn't kick out the Horticultural Council. But the staff had to front that issue over many, many months, and I don't mind doing that as a councillor. And I'd like to pay homage, first of all, to the staff. And you had Jenny, Jenny and Julie, and Parul here today, looked over by Barry and Megan. They know what went on. Each one of them know what went on. To sit in a room where you are the bad guy simply because you are representing the policy that this council endorsed in 2014, which was to have a resource recovery network, and every councillor signed up to that. Now then, what happens 3 weeks out from an election, and I'm sorry he's not here, and it wasn't the councillor from my ward, but there is a councillor who stood in Aotea Square with the Horticultural Council that was having a protest about how bad the council was, and said that we were unfair, lacked transparency, and should be voted out at the next election. We need a new mayor and new councillors, and there were placards with names on them. If you sign up to a policy, and we've had a lovely in-service day, support it in all its aspects. If you have a problem or you think that things aren't being done the way you think they should, come and speak to the ward councillor or the local board. But do not campaign 3 weeks out from an election, because even though I love you all dearly, if you do that to me, I will still remember it. And I had the misfortune to watch the video again at lunchtime. Why? Because it's still on his Facebook page. The least you can do, if things turn out not the way you wanted, which was a new mayor and a new council, you didn't get that. And you also didn't get the resource recovery centres going ahead, and I don't know why you didn't want that. The least you can do is take it off your Facebook page. So that's an appeal to whoever's not in this room to do that, and it's not Chris Darby. So now I'll forgive you, Wayne, but it's actually... Well, it wasn't fair that he did that, John, to be honest, to stand in Aotea Square and say that, we've done all this, right. So now that we have the Resource Recovery Centre going ahead at Western Springs. I'd like to pay homage to the 3 local boards that for the last decade have fought to get it, and the local board chairs. In Puketapapa, it was Harry Doig and Julie Ferry. In Waitemata, it was Pippa Coombe, Shale Chambers and now Richard Northey. And in Albert Eden, it was Peter Haynes and Margie Watson. Margie Watson over the last year has done a sterling job. We negotiated this. That's what our job is. If there are, we all have these head-to-head things, but it's our job is to actually help, not hinder. I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have watched the video. You can strike all of that from the public record, but John, I'm sorry, it still hurts. You know, it's like.
Well, tell him, don't wait for the cameras on telling everyone else here. We had a meeting on
No, that's fine.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely support this. I think the staff have done a great job. We do have a plan, and there will be appeals by different boards for extras, etc. But I think we need to follow the plan first for the areas that need it the most, and make sure we've got a network. Because I've just done all the research on how far, people in. I live in the Albany ward. I live just over the border from Waitakere. And so I've done the research here. Even from Albany, it's under a half an hour, 25 minutes to Henderson, to a really great resource recovery centre. It's 23 minutes to Devonport and it's 22 minutes to Henderson, 23 minutes to Devonport, 25 minutes to Stanmore Bay. So I think it's great. Albany's got 3 within a under half-hour drive. So I think it's well covered. But I think if we get all of these first, and then we can go to the next level, can't we? We can more fine grain it, we can do stuff like that. But I really like us to stick to what we're doing. The conversations around sustainability, sometimes things aren't financially sustainable, just like our public transport. They're all subsidised, but they meet some other objectives that we need to meet. For example, the buses is our emission targets. The more people on public transport, the less private cars. The more people that use resource recovery centres, the less need for us to buy land to bury junk in. So to me, if it's not sustained, can't stand on its own 2 feet, well, maybe that's the cost of meeting some other targets we need to meet. And hopefully the waste levy increase will get into the regulations and we'll start getting more money from the Waste Minimisation Fund so that we can be funding these more. And then the next level after our 21 that we've got, then go to the next fine grain, so that when we're trying to reduce car trips, that'll be the next level. So, I do support these, but also I think we've got to think about if we've got high quality rubbish, take it to somewhere that is a needy area that might really love your high quality rubbish. So I think there's some advantages in moving it around a bit for people who do have the money to pay for the petrol or whatever it is to get there. Whereas often in our other areas, those people don't get the high quality stuff in their resource recovery centres because the people who've got that aren't bringing it there. So that's just another advantage. So I really support this. Thanks for all the work done. And we haven't sent you away. We've just got a new policy that we don't leave you sitting at the table. So if we have a bit of a stoush, you're not involved and, you've done your great job and we can just fight it out here amongst ourselves. So, so thank you for that. So I absolutely commend this revision. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Newman.
I've kind of already addressed this, but look, thank you to the officers. I support where you're going, and probably you've been so resilient in the face of my inquiries to you over the last 4 years. So thank you for that. My sense is that I want the resource recovery park in South Auckland. I also want the business model to be sustainable enough so that the gate fees are at or below what the gate fees are against the private operators. Because you're going to intervene in the market, you intervene hard. But anyway, so that's my pitch there. And the one other thing I would say about waste management side and Inlet Road is that it's not the gate fee, I think, that really drives their business. It's the commercial activities with those trucks coming and going. So it's big contracts. So more power to your elbow, but I do think, through you, Chair, my expectation is that there will be, I actually think this budget is too skinny for the actual operating cost. And this will have to be addressed in a very short period of time through the annual plan revision, because you can't, if you're going to have one of these sites operating, they have to be able to be sustainable. And if they can't be sustainable through gate fees and other revenue sources, they'll have to be subsidised. And we will have to reflect that through a revision of our budget.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for me, I'm about process. So in number 31 is the process that I want to make sure that follows in regard to this. I agree with Councillor Newman. I agree with those that look, hey, let's have that process around the recycling centre based at Otara, Howick area, but also the Resource Recovery Park. And that is a process that still needs to be done. So I congratulate the staff, and also just wait for the process to be had to end up giving what they want to achieve through this agenda item. The achievements speak for themselves. The benefits are in the report. Now, His Worship the Mayor mentioned the Prosperity West and South report, and in number 29 of our report, which is a key thing for me, is that I believe the word could, it should be replaced with will. I know I'm not going to ask for that, because that sentence should read, a resource recovery park in the south will provide an opportunity for economic transformation led by Māori or Pacifica businesses, social enterprises and local businesses. It will. Based on that prosperity report that I've seen, and His Worship the Mayor has seen, it will benefit in regards to the stats around the unemployment in the west and in the south. You know, I look forward to them to both being brought to the fore and built, and having the impact that it should have in regards to that report. So congratulations, ladies, and to the team. I just look forward to the consultation now and the processes that need to happen. So, Chair, for you, and I don't know whether I need to do this, but I'm going to say it, that I agree with the changes that you have up in the red there as part of now these substantive. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, through the Chair. I too want to just thank very much Jenny and Pearl in particular, back to you, for where we are today, because it has been a long and complex journey, and I've had to front some pretty grumpy local board chairs and local board members as we transition through different things like our inorganic changing, the pickups changing, and they have supported our local community groups like Talking Trash and the Pride Project to help educate our people towards recycling, knowing where to put their rubbish, not to dump their rubbish. It's an ongoing battle, of course, but without the support and your flexibility and your willingness, even down to the no sticker pilot in Weymouth, which was very kind of you to humour us on that. That didn't work. You were right, we were wrong. But thank you. Just everything that you're doing, it's not easy. Councillor Casey's right. You front some pretty difficult people and meetings. So congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I would also, and I'll speak through you, I also would like to acknowledge the staff, and having had worked at Waitakere City Council and was very proud of the time there, I'd like to acknowledge the officers, but especially it's lovely to see Jenny, and it brings back fond memories of good people and good work. So I know I haven't actually said anything today, so it's my one little thing. I just do want to acknowledge there's a lot of other staff and a lot of other people behind the teams that work together. And thank you, Councillor Casey, for information sharing. It's always good to have some background and knowledge so that I too can look up information and get a really clear picture of what people have said and what they've done. So, you know, I acknowledge that as well. And we all know, so Chair, I'm a real fan of the recycling centres. I bought my push bike through that. Surprise, surprise. And they do great work. And I remember the days of when you could get 5 cents, I think it was, for a bottle. So I didn't steal them in the neighbourhood, but, you know, they were great little cash builders. So thank you for the report. It was well written, and I absolutely support it. So kia ora tātou, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think I'm belying my Waitakere roots here a little because, frankly, and with respect, I have no idea what's so controversial about this. I'm not quite sure why we're taking so long on this item, frankly, because it's so obviously a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. I'd invite anyone to come down to Henderson and see the wonderful work they do in that centre. This is just brilliant, and it's a great report, it's a great resolution. Really proud and happy to support it, and I just want to thank staff for all of your work on this as well. While I have the floor, I just have a look at the map and where we're spreading things out, and I think if Councillor Mulholland agreed, I think FO or FO adjacent areas might be somewhere to have a look as well in terms of our additional resource. But quite apart from that, yeah, look, it's great. Let's vote it through. Thanks.
Kia ora. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. So I suppose when I lived in the bush, there was nothing more pleasurable than taking the rubbish to the dump, fossicking around, and coming back with your treasures and having a beer and a barbie afterwards. So in a way, these resource recovery centres are doing all that. You know, I go down there to the one in Helensville and drop off a few things, and there's whānau there, and we're having a chat and a talk, and no beers but a coffee, you know, and so you end up buying more junk and taking it home and saying, look what I found at the resource centre, you know, and it's the same at Waiuku. And so it really does serve a purpose, if not the financial one. And the purpose I wanted to kind of bring out about the financial model is that the reality is sometimes it's just one of the core businesses of council, rubbish rates and all that stuff. And so there's always a cost. But I think what I really want to point out for myself is that Māori have been at the forefront of a lot of our kaupapa with regards to the recycling and composting and kaupapa like that began. And I remember going to Papatūānuku and it was like, wow, look, all these people are doing all this stuff. And so I want to make sure that we're still there and that marae and all those kaupapa, like what happened at Papatūānuku, aren't kind of just thrown to the side and said, oh no, we've got another group coming here now. So I want to make sure that our communities are still really involved. And yeah, Councillor Henderson's right. Yeah, I can remember up in Henderson we were just wrapping our papers up and all of that kind of stuff and going down and doing that. I lived in Titirangi, but it's also a tribute to the staff. It's been a long journey, and it's never going to end. Like I said, it's a core component, and it's just going to keep going, because we always have to keep recycling and reusing. Otherwise, you know, the world will end eventually. No worries, ka pai.
Kia ora, Member Wilcox. I'll just, briefly, just once again, thank you to the staff. I know we continually do that, but I know this team are passionate. I've seen you at the award ceremonies supporting the groups that you support in the waste space and the environmental space. And as Member Wilcox said, that you couldn't get a more core business, when people accuse us of not focusing on core business, than waste. And so what this does have all those other well-beings, the 4 well-beings in this space. It's improving our environment, it's financially sensible to work this way. There's culturally and socially the benefits from these recycling centres and the resource recovery parks will be huge for our communities. And I remember being on a local board and kind of doubting the zero waste message of how we could actually do it. And I think it's clear that there's a long way to go, but it's significant once you've got the ball rolling and the domino effect happening. We will get to zero waste and we will continue to divert, 5,500 tonnes a year and growing of good things that people want to use and good things that people don't want to chuck away, and that we continue to create more landfill is just not a way for our future. It's not a way for our carbon emissions, and it's not a way for the restoring the mauri of Tāmaki and ensuring our water quality and everything else stays pure and clean, considering we don't want any more landfills near our waterways, etc. So thank you very much. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? No. Perfect. Thank you all. We have to have an extension of time, I'm sorry. Collins and seconder. Councillor Collins, sorry. Councillor Mulholland. All those in favour of an extension of time? Anyone against? Cool. Thank you. Sorry, I'm slurring my words at this point of the day. Debbie and Dave, thank you so much for waiting, and I'm sorry we've left it so long. And sorry I don't know your name. Kate. Cool. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, councillors. So I'll just briefly introduce Dave Allen, Manager, Natural Environment Strategy, Auckland Plan Strategy and Research Department. With me, my colleague Debbie Hogan, Principal Analyst Strategy, and Kate Morrison from the Legal Services Branch, Senior Solicitor, just in case there's any other interesting angles. But we're hoping we can run through this presentation very quickly that Debbie's got, just to give you an overview. Just to point out, when we, as a matter of process, is just to say that, of course, we had this request for submissions from central government in December, and we've been sort of trying to beaver away in the last few weeks over January to get this together. So obviously what we've got prepared today is a paper that sort of outlines a direction, some themes in terms of how submissions should be formed, and so Debbie will outline some of those main points for you today, and we've got about a week, 10 days for the council to bring that together. So I'll hand over to Debbie and run through the background. The pointer.
Thank you.
It's because I understand we're on, the end of the day and everybody's keen to get onto other things. So I was going to go through various things, but I think the main point really is, like Dave said, we're under some tight time frames for the Water Services Bill. And the main thing is what we're seeking today is delegated authority to enable us to complete preparing the submission and get it approved before the 2nd of March, which is the submission closing date to the Health Select Committee. So I won't read through everything on this slide, but the main purpose of the Water Services Bill is to set up the new drinking water regulatory regime as a standalone act to the current regime under the Health Act. And of course the powers of Taumata Arawai, who is the regulator, set up last year. I think a couple of things just to point out is obviously this act applies to all drinking water suppliers, so that's everybody except a domestic self supply, so that's everybody except a single household who's got their own rain tank and they take care of themselves. Except maybe in a drought. And related to that and recognition of that is that regulation is proportionate to scale, complexity, risk. And I think one of the other key things around the new provisions or the regulatory regime is there are some new duties and obligations, and they are more onerous on both the water suppliers and also on local authorities. Hence why we have legal as well, who are taking a close look at some of the definitions around it. So in terms of duties, 4 main duties around ensuring and providing safe drinking water, and I was just actually looking earlier, there is a must provision around this, so suppliers must provide safe drinking water as opposed under the Health Act. I think it refers to essentially all practicable steps, so you can see there's some quite serious differences. The giving effect to Te Mana Utiwai is a link across to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, so there's a strong connection with those provisions and the Resource Management Act. And all suppliers need to provide drinking water safety plans. So in terms of duties and obligations on local authorities, that involves ensuring communities have access to safe drinking water supplies, and there's a subsequential amendment to the Local Government Act around assessment of those supplies and a more specific and lengthy requirement of what we need to do, including 3 yearly assessments. We're required to share information, assess effectiveness and work with suppliers, consumers and the regulator when services fail. One of the key provisions in there is around protecting sources from risks and hazards, and there's requirements around identifying, managing and monitoring those. Once again, that connects to the National Policy Statement. And the key thing around this is that local authorities need to agree to undertake various actions around risks and hazards that may need to be addressed. This is just some additional submission themes. Just the underlining is, so these are based on attachment A to your report. The underlining, and just talking to staff over the last couple of days, some additional things have come up. We think that we need some clarification on environmental performance around what that exactly means for stormwater and wastewater networks. And the last bullet point, and this is really talking both to legal and water care, we think there needs to be some clarity around exactly what a supplier and supply is. Otherwise it's going to lead to some awful confusion, and also in terms of future proofing with what may happen with the 3 water reforms and different ownership models. And this one is just really a summary of Auckland Council maintained water supplies. So there's a list up there of what we own and look after. So this is Healthy Waters, 301 public small water supply systems, and 146 of those are potable. About a third currently meet the standard drinking water standards, which of course may change in due course. 43 need upgrading, and there's funding program for that. And another third need to be upgraded and they're currently unfunded. And out of the 146, 25 will need modification for welfare supply, and that is a funded program. That's me.
Councillor Cooper has a question.
Thank you. Yes. Were Water Care involved in this, or asked to even put an addendum like we did with the unitary plan, and we got the local boards to put in, given they are the people that supply the water and take the bad water away? Were they involved in this?
So through the chair, yes. So staff have held a workshop a couple of weeks ago, which the result was those key themes. Water Care attended, and they have been involved in the circulation of information to date. I actually had a meeting with Water Care yesterday, and we talked through some of the areas of difference, and they're pretty much on board, and they will participate in the completion of the draft submission on behalf of Auckland Council Group. So yes, they
I would have,
involved.
yeah, I just would have, I hope that in here is some of the technical stuff that we can't do, that complements this from Woodacute, given they will be the supplier and we're not the supplier in general. So I just hope that that happens. There's a different perspective, but it still will make a very good use of everybody's expertise to go towards informing this.
Through the chair, could I just say, so completely agree, and it will. Yep.
Any other? Oh, sorry, Member Wilson.
Kia ora, thank you. And there only one question. I don't have any others to raise. And it was just in attachment A, where it talks to giving effect to Te Manawa Te Wai, and it talks about Auckland Council, noting that the Māori Advisory Group will form an integral part of ensuring the views and tikanga have been included. Can you let me know who or what that group is that will be advising Auckland Council, please?
So through the chair, the Māori Advisory Group is advising Taumata Arawai. So that's been set up under the regulator legislation. And so the points around Te Manawa Te Wai were provided by Ngā Mātarai staff. And they highlighted the fact that we actually don't know a lot about that advisory group, and that more information should be made available.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there are any other questions. Cool. I'll move. Councillor Cooper would like to second. Yeah, just quickly, thank you very much for the fulsome information, and agree with Councillor Cooper's points as much as we can, having the aligned, so not parts of council talking differently, and I'm sure we'll ensure that will happen. So any other speakers? No? Perfect. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Thank you very much for your time, and sorry for the delay today. So the summary of item 13, is there any questions? Would anyone like to move? Councillor Casey, a seconder. Councillor Young, all those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. It was. Checking.
There was no consideration.
Oh, no consideration of extraordinary business, so I can now close the meeting. Thank you all for a mammoth day. Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Have a nice afternoon. Travel safe.
Chair, can I just let people know that those who are going back to Albert Street